Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't really have too much exciting planned today. Uh, like what happened, yesterday. Didn't stream because going to you know, take my old man to his pre-op and doing groceries. I came back so fucking tired. I literally sat in front of my computer for like 2 or 3 hours. I just had random YouTube videos running while my brain was like blanking out. I was so out of it because I didn't fall asleep even though I was trying to when I was doing stuff. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot anything like exciting, I guess, planned for today. It's mostly just gonna be doing doing like my Una daily tasks and my whatchamacallit, and my guild weeklies on top of my chaos dungeons to just get done. I don't really plan because we kind of just need to get that done. I don't really, if we have time, I'll do some PvP towards the end, but I really need to get the I need to get that stuff done like sooner rather than later, because I won't have a lot of time like after stream for it, because I gotta try to fit in some raids, hopefully. Try to do like Argos phase 1, phase 2, and then try to fit in a Reha normal with a couple of my guildies on our 1325 characters, like just the first one, just for gold. Yeah, so I don't know if we'll have time to do anything like super exciting. Luckily, I don't have to like stop to do anything like whatchamacallit, like like field bosses or like world bosses and chaos gates and stuff like that, because there's only like the adventure island today, so I have a lot of time to like finish. My goal right now is I'm just gonna go and complete the ooh, Phantom Wing. We haven't gotten to that one in a while. My goal is to just go through and make sure every of my characters has done their guild weekly once, at least. And then once I'm done with that, I'll go and kind of just do it on some characters that aren't too bad. So like for instance, I'm probably gonna try to finish the fishing one on a tier 2 character to build up resources for Kaldar fusion materials for tier 2 for the destroyer, because hopefully it won't get delayed, and if it comes on track, then it's supposed to come in 2 weeks. So that's about so you try to do some fishing because you need a lot of Kaldar fusion materials. I kind of did some on the last stream on Monday, where I showed like how to use the max roll calculator to kind of like plan what you're gonna do. I'll probably do it again when we finally get a concrete, like when they absolutely like finally are just like, yes, Destroyer is coming out on the 19th 100%, or like the May update is coming out like guaranteed on the 19th. When we get that, or the confirmation, I'm going to do a like checklist kind of thing again, kind of like what I did with Glaver, but for Glaver I did it so last minute that it kind of was whatever. So right, like I waited too long to do it. But this time, basically, as soon as we get the confirmation that May 19th is when the May update is coming, so that'll be when we get the new class and the trial guardians, and then probably all the 14 15 content and stuff like that, and then whatever new event we're gonna get. But basically, when we get that for sure confirmation, I'm gonna do on stream, I'll probably like do some daily stuff real quick at the beginning, But I think I'm gonna take like maybe an hour or so and just go like we'll go through the checklist. Well, I don't know, it'll take an hour, but I'll take the Glaver checklist and I'll like retype it for Destroyer, and then probably add some stuff to it because I've remembered some stuff like after the fact that could have been useful information. Um, and then there's some extra stuff for people who want to do it. And it's not just going to be about materials; it'll also just be about stuff you can do for the character. Um, and then I'll probably also do max roll calculator again on that, so we can kind of like, so I can show you kind of how I use it to plan out what materials, like how much to save up at least on like materials like leap stones and like fusion materials and stuff like that. For leap stones, I already know I'm gonna have to like use some of the boxes on the tier 2 leap stones just because like I only have one character in tier 2, and to be honest, like I've been so tired like recently that I'm just like I basically just do the bare minimum in my account really for the most part. Like even my scrapper is on rested rotation right now for like for the guardian raids. Like that's how bad it is. um I don't quite think it's burnout. I think it's just like mentally I'm just done playing shit that's not destroyer. So I think my brain is just like um is like, you know, I'm just tired of playing the classes I have because the class I want to play isn't out yet. But yeah, so basically that's just how I'm gonna do it today. So also I'm gonna apologize ahead of time. There's probably gonna be a bit of sniffling again because my allergies are kind of acting up again. I don't know what set them off this time. It was just fine for the last like couple days, for like last like week or so, and now all of a sudden I'm back to like sniffling and doing all this shit again. I should probably. I think I have like some of that spray left. One second. One second. Hold that thought. Sorry about that. I remembered I had like a nasal spray that I used last time when I got this bad that helped. I used that again, but I'm gonna have to kind of stay on top of it because I forget that I need to use it like an hour or so before stream because it really kind of just gets shit moving, and so I start sneezing a lot. So I'll try to make sure that I deafen before before I sneeze. So if any like get past me, I'm just gonna apologize ahead of time. Uh, so but yeah, so hopefully that should at least like tamper down on the sniffling part, right? Also, I've also been kind of curious what these look like. I really do like the Omen weapons skin for Deathblade. So I'm pretty sure I'll probably end up saving one of these, like one of my weapon skin boxes for when I make a Deathblade. But I'm also kind of on the fence on whether or not I want to like actually use it because I'm waiting to see. We might get a skin in the future that originally was like a Japan only skin. I think when it first launched, but then it eventually got released in Russia and Korea, which is like samurai swords for the Deathblade. And like when that comes out, that's probably the only skin I'll ever have on my fucking Deathblade. So I don't know if I want to burn a box on that or not, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm just gonna do my Una daily task real quick. Actually, before we go off, yeah, he's done with his weeklies. All right, yeah, he needs to do fishing weekly, so he's gonna go to Punica to fish. So basically, I'll just do this real quick, and then we'll basically I'll do my Una daily tasks really quick. Then after that's done, I'll go and Unica to do the chaos dungeon and stuff like that, and then we'll go to the fishing spot and just do my fishing, and then we'll move on to the next character. Again, it's not gonna be super exciting because it's just guild weeklies and stuff like that, but I tend to try not to play before stream because so that way I don't get kind of like wrapped up in my own thing and like get like log in late or like start the stream late. So that's what the tier 3 stuff looks like. It's better than most of the other shit we gotta deal with. I don't like the weapon models though. Again, sorry, apologies for the sniffles. I'm gonna try to be on top of it, but you know, that kind of stuff is kind of subconscious when you do it. So kind of just, your brain does it before, like you do it before your brain like consciously thinks of it. I think it's probably the rain. It rained a lot yesterday. Well, not a lot, but it rained a good amount yesterday. And I think that might have like aggravated whatever that's off my allergies, because it hadn't rained for a bit and I was fine. And so maybe that's what caused it. That, or maybe because there were a lot of people also mowing yesterday, so that probably also has something to do with it. Yeah, so I'll try to kind of like stay more conscious about it so I don't like sniffle too much. Do my best. I'll do my best. Yeah, and I know I could probably do like tier 2 fishing on the like tier 3 characters that still need it, because yeah, you know, I'm like oh, I'm trying to save up for my destroyer for fusion materials, but at the same point, like, I have boxes for that I could use, and we don't know what kind of event will come with the destroyer. So for all we know, the event they bring could like come with fusion material boxes. But I have a good chunk of them like saved up that I don't mind using on him. So, and I have a stockpile of fusion materials already. It's not enough. I wouldn't say really stockpile. Oh no, yeah, it's a stockpile. I have 117. It's not enough. I think that's about like maybe half of what I'll need. But I'll worry about that when we do the checklist, because I haven't done the number crunch myself recently. I kind of did it for the Glaver, but for like, but that's been a while, so I've kind of forgotten like what all that actually entail, like what the number actually is off the top of my head. So when I do the checklist stream, like real quick, like, you know, just a checklist so that we can kind of give people the best start, which I think I might just do for every like character that gets released, because it'll alter what you do on that checklist will alter depending on like what they tell us ahead of time, because like, I don't know, for all we know, they could just straight up all of a sudden surprise us and be like, hey, by the way, we're just introducing the tier 1 tier 2 hunting like rate stuff kind of thing. Who the fuck knows? Even though I know from what people have been asking about hunting buffs, I think most of the times they're asking about in like the context of tier 3. And the general answer has basically always just been they don't have any current plans to introduce the tier 3 honing rate improvements, but they're trying their best to like introduce events with enough materials to make up for the lack of, for like how much materials you need. I'm not sure I quite agree with their stance on that personally, especially since their big thing was rush, right? Like, they're I don't know. Like I guess maybe they're doing it because they don't want you to like overgear the content too much. Because like we're still pretty new as like a region, and like people don't have a lot of like experience with like mechanics, and some of the Legion raid like raid mechanics can be pretty punishing, even in normal mode, when you run into them for the first time. Like one of the mechanics on Volton's like the first Volton boss, is basically the sword mechanic from Belshazzar's, like from Nightmare Palace, but multiplied by 2. So, and that one, like, if people fuck it up, it'll like everybody dies, right? So, and for our version, they ended up nerfing that mechanic. I don't know if I agree with it too much because it's literally the same exact mechanic. Everybody has to eat alternating orb colors in order, and then they have to also do a stagger check at the same time. It's literally the same mechanic. It's just the only difference is instead of having to wait like 1 or 2 seconds to eat the next orb, it's you can eat them instantly. It's just you have to make sure that you alternate what color orb is being eaten. Because he summons like blue and red orbs and they alternate in a circle around him. And so people just need to go and eat like, they eat theirs like one at a time. But you can eat it instantly as long as the person in front of you has eaten theirs. And, if someone fucks up and, say it goes like, blue orb, then red orb, and then the next blue orb guy is about to eat his, but the red orb guy that's after him eats his first because he's kind of like too quick or whatever, or he kind of fucked up or he lagged out or something. Boom, everybody dies. Like, that's just how it is. There's so that's probably gonna take a bit for people to get used to, especially in a pug environment. So, it's just like and stuff like that. Like Volton has stuff where moves where he just knocks you off the stage, just insta death kind of stuff. You have to like counter things in some. I think that's in hard mode or something. Like, there's all sorts of mechanics we still have to get used to. From what I hope they have a good reason for the honing improvements, or for not giving us the honing improvements. But from what I understand, the honing improvements weren't like a catch-up mechanic. The honing improvements were literally oh shit, we put the percentages too low, so now we're fixing it kind of thing. So it's like, I'm not sure what reasoning they would have for not giving us like those, if that's actually why they did it, was not because of catch up, but because they felt that the rates were too low and they just weren't good. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I also don't know why they wouldn't just give us the tier 1, tier 2 honing rate like already. I feel like with Volton coming out in May, it'd probably be a better move if they did do that. Like, we kind of already have it in the express mission, but like you can only do the express mission on one character, right? So like, if they don't do, because like one of the big questions people had is like, well, the express mission lasts until July 28th. Are we gonna have multiple express missions running in tandem with each other, or what? And like, we haven't really gotten any answers for that, because assuming that June and July both get classes, that's Glaver, Destroyer, whatever June is, and then whatever July's class is. That's 4 classes for one express mission. And if all of them start in Phaeton at 960, like, that's a bit rough, to be honest, to do, even because like, well, first of all, material wise, that'll be tight. Like, if you're trying to push all those characters, because you need a lot of tier 2 materials, and even if you save up chests like I'm doing, I don't like, if you basically just can't use any of those chests, I think, for tier 3 stuff on that character if you're trying to get all the characters coming out new to tier 3 as soon as possible. So I think, like, I'm not sure why. Well, I personally think that maybe they should at least give us the tier 1, tier 2 honing rates, like, with Vaulted. But I don't know, we'll see. We still don't know what's all coming on the May update. They, like, all we know for sure is that they're trying to give us, World Destroyer, first of all, and then all the other 14, 15 content that got cut out. That's kind of all the stuff we know for sure is what they're trying to put in the May update. We don't know any of the extra tidbits like events and maybe any extra system changes they want to do. I think if they stick to it, according to the roadmap, they were supposed to bring head and back attack markers, I think, and then the daily checklist, like in game. I think they were. I think those were slated for May, so those are two really nice quality of lives to have. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, to be honest, I don't like. I'm also not of the. I don't know if we should know per se, like, or understand their reasoning, because the issue is that, like, I don't think any reason they give will be enough to, like, not make players annoyed that they're not giving us the honing buffs, right? So at that point, I don't know if it's worth even them trying to explain themselves, or at least their point of view on it, because I think at the end of the day, it's just going to cause a shitstorm, right? So I think that's why they keep not mentioning why they don't want to give us honing race, and they just say, like, you know, it's not on the table right now, and we just, you know, we're just trying to make up for the deficiency of materials, that kind of thing. So it's just like, you know, it just is what it is. I need to remember to buy tier 3 materials with pirate coins from at least 2 other tier 3 characters. But yeah, so we'll see. We shall see. Especially if they give us like 2 classes in the same month. Because I feel like they might do that in the summer. Just because, like, summer's a really big month to kind of, like, as a company, like, really bring people in, or people who kind of, like, were waiting, like, to come back in, because they'll have a lot of people take time off in the summer, stuff like that. You know, then you have college students and high school students who are on vacation for the most part, like, you know, that they can play for long periods of time for like a couple months. They're more willing to spend money when they're doing that, like that kind of thing. I don't know. I know that, like, a friend of mine, he was like, man, people are like, people are deep diving that Proving Grounds videos, and they're like, oh, it shows like Summoner and Reaper in the video. It's like, yeah, but, and it also shows Glaver, but it doesn't show Destroyer at all. And then if you pay attention, some of the icons on the, which is what I'm assuming they're using to reason why Destroyer and Summoner could be next, is there's a part in the video at the beginning where it shows the ranks that people can attain, and in there it usually shows you the icons of the, like, classes they've played the most of in like the class icons, like, next to their names, and it shows like Reaper and Summoner. But at the same point, if you pay attention, there's classes in there where the class icon is the, like, the warrior class icon or the assassin class icon. You cannot PvP. Like, that's just not possible in our version at all, because first of all, in our version you can't even play the game without having chosen your advanced class at all, because we don't have those, like, extra introduction stuff. And then second of all, you have to be level 28, so even if they still kept the introductions where you go do, like, you know, a little thing and then you choose your advanced class, which is, I think, the way it used to be, you still wouldn't be able to do it anyway. So I kind of take it with a grain of salt. There's also, I think, like 3 skins in there that we don't have yet, like in our version. So I think, I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but basically, we also don't know when they recorded that footage, because if they say if they recorded that footage with the initial roadmap, because you have to remember we had an initial roadmap, and then that roadmap got changed, and in that initial roadmap, even if it was quote unquote leaked or accidentally put out, the point of the matter is it's basically been confirmed that roadmap was the initial roadmap they were planning for April, May, which if they recorded the footage around that time, like, then Destroyer Arcana would be the classes, right? Like Destroyer would have been who released in May, and then Arcana is who would release, or in April, and then Arcana is who would release now in May. But that got pushed back for Glaver. To be honest, I'm of the opinion that I think Glaver was going to come relatively soon anyway. Like, I don't think they were going to wait too long for Glaver because they know how popular it is, especially again since the summer is like right around the corner for us, and that's like one of their biggest like season stuff is summertime. Summer and winter apparently are their two like times of the year they do like really big events and stuff. So it's just like, like I don't know. I don't think that using footage from a test server that we don't even know if it's a test server that Amazon was doing the footage on, or if it was a footage that they recorded in Korea on a Korean test server, and then they brought it up. Like, we don't know where the hell that footage is from, honestly. I think maybe if we had seen actual gameplay footage of like Reaper and Summoner, like in that footage, I think like that'd be more of a realistic thing to go off of. But I think class icons, like I don't think those do it. Now don't get me wrong, I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind like Summoner and Reaper coming out next. Personally, I don't know if Summoner would come out next though. I know like a lot of people like they're like, hey, Summoner was in the CBT, and then they like pulled it out and the quote unquote last minute, even though it wasn't really last minute. They told us like at the end of last year that Summoner was getting replaced with Sorceress. They just never explained why, because that was a weird change. In my opinion, if like they already had Summoner in game, they should have just added Sorceress if they wanted to. But I digress. I think that it's like I think it'd probably be safer to assume that all they did was they pushed back the roadmap classes and then just put Glaver in front. I think that'd be the safer assumption than to assume that, hey, these two classes were in the test, this like random footage for proving that wasn't even about classes, it was about PvP stuff. Which, first of all, rewatching it, like some of the stuff that they, at least the way they explained it was like wrong, but I'll leave that alone. I'm pretty sure there's been plenty of people that nitpicked that video enough. But yeah, I don't know. I'm of the camp that tempering your expectations is a way to achieve longevity in playing any sort of like game that has updates, right? Like for instance, when the roadmap was basically delayed and they were like, that roadmap isn't the roadmap we're gonna have, we're still working on it, we're still making changes, blah blah blah. I was already fully expecting Destroyer not to come out. Like that was the mind frame I had. I was like, all right, they don't want to talk about classes, they don't want to talk about anything from the roadmap, which tells me that they're changing a bunch of shit on the roadmap. So I just went in waiting for the the new roadmap with the expectation that we're not good, like that Destroyer was not going to be in the first two classes. For me, luckily enough, Destroyer is in the first two classes. Sadly though, due to whatever shifts, Glaver pushed it back so that instead of me having a month to gear the Destroyer in attempts to get it caught up to my scrapper as possible leading up to Volton, now like he comes out with Volton. So it's one of the main reasons I'm not too much in a rush to get to Volton. Like I'm only like, so for instance, my scrapper is $13.99. I'm one piece away from being 1400, but I haven't done any honing attempts on the helmet. We'll probably do some today when I get on the scrapper after she's done her daily stuff. Though she's kind of hurting for great on her leapstone, so I'm perfectly honest. But basically it's like you know, I don't know, maybe we'll one tap it, who the fuck knows. But basically it's like I don't care about doing Volton like week 1 specifically because like the class I want to do it on is like it's literally impossible for me to get him to 1450 in that first week because I'm like I'd have to whale like super hard for it, and like I just can't. Like I can't and I don't want to. Like I'm not free to play because I bought the Arc Pass, the premium Arc Pass, or the super premium actually, and then I bought and then I had a Founders Pack, but the Founders Pack really didn't give me much of anything, to be honest. Uh, all it did was make it so I didn't have to buy 2 packs when I bought the super premium track. Also, people who keep like getting super butthurt or like super riled up about whether someone's free to play or not, like fuck off. Like let that person do what they want to do. It's their business, not yours. But yeah, so I don't consider myself free to play because the premium Arc Pass gives actually a pretty significant advantage over the free track because of the fact that you can get 50 Great Honor Leap Stones, like a chest that gives you 50 Great Honor Leap Stones out of there. That's actually a really big advantage compared to someone who couldn't afford or didn't want to buy the 1500 pack. If you couldn't afford it, that's like perfectly fine. Like, don't feel bad. If you didn't want to spend 1500, like if you didn't want to spend $15 to do the premium track, regardless of the fact that it literally doubles all the materials you get, like it's I wouldn't say it's pay to win, but it gives you an advantage over someone who doesn't buy it. If you went like, I'm not gonna spend that money, like I'm sorry, you don't. Like if you could spend the $15 but you don't want to, but you also have like a couple hundred hours in this game, like I don't have much respect for your argument personally. But it does give a significant advantage because the premium track was the only track that had Great Honor Leap Stones obtainable in there. Because that is a really big point that was brought up on the forums like somewhat recently. That was one that I was like, you know what, like that's a very valid point they brought up. Like the fact that the only way to get Great Honor Leap Stones, aside from like your usual just farming the content, is only if you spend $15. Like that's kind of not cool, right? Like that's kind of not cool at all. But I'm assuming that when whatever event comes with the story will probably come with Great Honor Leap Stones, because the events that we've had right now, so like the Guardian Raid event, the Naruni Racing event, like those kinds of events were specifically designed to get people to Argos. Like that's why there's no Great Honor Leap Stones in there. That's why all that stuff. It was specifically added to our game with the goal in mind of letting people get as many characters as they could to 1370 in a relatively short time frame. Now, why didn't they add Great Honor Leap Stones when they updated the shop for the Guardian Raid event? Good question. I honestly don't know why personally. I think that would have been fine. But for whatever reason they didn't. I don't know if they couldn't, or I don't know. I personally wish they had. Trust me, I'm not going to argue against free Honor Leap Stones, free Great Honor Leap Stones. Even like shit, I could use those. Like like I'm trying to get armor, like an armor piece from +14 to +15 for crying out loud. Like that's 12 fucking Great Honor Leap Stones per try. That's basically like, I think doing all my daily stuff, like not including the Guardian raids because I didn't do that yesterday. But basically like everything together, like it just like I could do like 2 taps a day, like it's, which at the percentage I'm trying to succeed these taps at is not very high, like at all whatsoever. So it's just like not much I can do about it. So I'm never gonna argue against Great Honor Leap Stones. But yeah, so my goal is just to get 1500 or 1400 on the scrapper and then just leave her there. That way, whenever everybody else catches up to 1400, because I think right now I am currently, actually I could check. 1399. Okay, no, he did beat me. All right, so he got to 1400. So I'm still in second place though. Basically, like our paladin and me are kind of like the ones that kind of ahead of the curve a little bit. Pontiac, our war dancer, is in the process of kind of swapping back to his Deathblade. So he's kind of left the war dancer at 1385, and he's kind of like just building up his Deathblade to get her to 1370 because he kind of likes that. He, he's slowly figured out how to play her again, and so he's been enjoying her. So I don't personally care what he does, but like it's rough. It's also why I don't quite agree. Like recently, like a lot of people ask like Benji on stream like what they should do in preparation for Glaver, like if they should main Glaver or not Glaver, Destroyer, and he like even with after the changes, he's like no, because we've already been confirmed that we're getting the Destroyer rework in its reworked state. So, but he's like, oh, you shouldn't. You should like, uh, you know, try it out first and then decide if you want to main it. Like without even like, which I mean, kind of like that just makes sense, right? Like, don't go full balls to the wall on a class before you actually try it and do it in content. But he was also saying like, don't even save materials for it, and I'm just like, I don't know about that. I don't know if I can agree with that because it takes so many materials to push a class that if you don't save any materials, you'll set yourself so far back if it ends up that you do want to main that class, if you're on the fence, that like I don't know, I don't feel like that was good advice personally, because like it takes like just leap stones alone take a couple hundred leap stones just get to like 1370 to get legendary gear on that character, because we don't have, because you know we had, what the fuck, what the hell happened there? Oh, the game's taking 3 years to load this shit in again. I was so confused because I was still waiting for like the elites to come in, and then it's like, so I didn't think they were like loaded in yet, and then something just started beating the shit out of my Deadeye, and I was like, oh, cool. But yeah, so I think like you should save materials, and you should like push the class to like 1340, and then maybe run it through a Reha normal or like do a couple of Grexion runs on it to see how it feels, because I feel like a Grexion's a pretty good like Guardian raid to use as like a sandbag to try out classes. And like it's relatively cheap, 1340. It's like, again, we kind of talked about it in my previous stream. If you're watching this on like a VOD on like YouTube, if you're watching the VOD on like YouTube, it's in my last stream that I talk about like alts and like kind of where I put mine at and the reason why I do it, kind of thing. It's also timestamped, so you don't have to like search for it, but you can go back to that VOD and like check it out if you want. I might get, if I remember, I might get fancy and put like one of those like little card things in the VOD if I remember. I make no promises, but basically 1340 is a pretty safe item level to like take a character to and then like leave them there if you want and not worry about them. So even if you like don't want to main them, generally even if you don't want to main it, as long as you don't plan on deleting it, which, you know, if you're taking it to tier 3, you're probably not going to delete it. And just to tie onto that a little bit, again, if you have like 6 characters, you like just pay the $10 for extra character slots. Let's just be real here. But basically, as I was saying, if you're taking them to tier 3, you're probably not going to like delete them and stuff like that. So the best spot to leave an alt at, even though, you know, as I say this, I'm not doing it on my Deadeye, the best spot to leave an alt at is 1340, because they'll be generating like 1500 goldish every week relatively easily, because Oreha normal isn't that bad. It can be a little rough with if you like matchmake, like just straight matchmake, like not party find, which, you know, if you're having a hard time party finding, just make your own party, because for the most part, I don't think most people in party finder check, like for normal at least, check like what the person who's making the party is running. But this way you can save yourself from like getting like 2 supports and then struggling to get enough damage to do mechanics and stuff, because even though like you would think like, oh, double supports, double damage boost. Yes and no, because their damage boosts kind of don't. They don't stack. They kind of like erase each other. So you want at least 3 DPS, basically 3 DPS, and you can do it with 4 DPS. I have cleared or had normal matchmaking with 4 DPS. It's not that bad, to be honest. Like, I'm talking 1340, like on gear level, on an eye level. Like, it's doable. Basically, it's doable. It's not that bad. With the sheer amount of like battle item boxes they've given us, even just from like login rewards and shit, I think it's perfectly. You should, you shouldn't be needing to buy potions anytime soon. So, like for instance, shit, they gave us 15 for the first week of the login for this month. So, it's just like, those 15 healing ones, that's 10 in each for the blue potions, which is really all you need for the current content we have, which is 150 blue potions. You're not going to run out of those anytime soon on one character. But yeah, so basically, what I'm trying to get at is 13 pushing it's pretty safe to push a new class that came out post release to 1340, and then like use the 1340 content to kind of like play around with them and see how you feel about it. Again, Egrexion I feel is a really good punching bag for that, because he's kind of at a speed that I feel is well, depending. Sometimes you can get unlucky and he's like, he took a line of like cocaine or something before you fought him. And he's like jumping and fucking beaming all over the place like a crazy fucking squirrel. But basically, I feel like Egrexion's pretty safe to try to figure out whether or not you like the class. If you can play the class on Egrexion and be like, all right, I can kind of do damage and I like how it plays and it flows really nicely, like, then I think it's a pretty safe bet to push them. But whether or not you'll main them, like, that's kind of more of a personal decision. I can't really tell you like what standard, like, there's no like set ruler for like this is what you're looking for if you want to decide whether or not you want to main a class or something. Like, it kind of just comes down to feel. Like, do you like it? Yes, main it. Do you like something else more? Then main that instead and then have that as a main ult. That kind of thing. So, and I guess I'm also kind of like, I think the reason I'm kind of like when people are like, well, don't save materials for like destroyer shit like that, is usually the people that say that are the same people that like don't play shock trading scrapper right now, because it sucks, I guess, compared to what it'll be later. But I play shock trading scrapper and generally I can pull like, generally I survive until the end, and I generally pulled a DPS title on like content. So like when I do Argos and stuff, like usually I'll pull, if not like, if I don't straight up win like the DPS title, invisible DPS title competition amongst DPS, then I'll usually either tie or be like very close to this, to like having the same title. So on a shock trading scrapper, because it just, it deals a lot of damage. You just kind of have to know how to play it. Taijutsu is definitely easier. The only thing I'm worried about though is it's like, they slightly buffed Taijutsu Scrapper. I don't know if it was enough to like make it more even with shock trading Scrapper, because shock trading is definitely going to be hard to play and like higher. Like, if you want to get a handle for how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be to play shock trading on like higher Legion raid commanders with like how much they move, go fish for like an Albion that starts in like Earth mode, and that's basically how it's going to feel. If you can handle that pretty easily enough and still like hit your death rattles and stuff like that, then you should be able to handle the Legion raid commanders. But if just even thinking about that, or like even just like Argos, with how much Argos moves around, because even then he doesn't move about it as much as I've seen some of these like Legion raid commanders move, it's still gonna be like, it's like, just thinking about it kind of makes me mad. But that's kind of just what I signed up for. But sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. But my thing is that like, they buffed Taijutsu, I think, by like 5%, which, as far as I knew, Taijutsu was relatively close in DPS to, well, relatively. Again, I've seen people calling, like saying like, oh, they needed to nerf shock training, like, because as far as I know, it's only happened once, and it was on one. I don't. Look, people keep quoting like, oh, a shock training scrapper can keep up with a shock training scrapper without an Esther weapon can keep up with a igniter sword with an Esther weapon, and beat them on a fight. And I'm just like, so that's like one fucking shock training scrapper. I don't know. I don't know. That's whatever. I don't personally care if they do nerf shock training. Like, I'll still play it. I like playing shock training, personally. It's just that the problem comes is when you need to pug things, right? And people, like, and especially for stuff like this, like, people do it all the time. They will take a class that is easier to play that deals maybe, I guess you could say, like, a couple percent less damage. I'm trying to, like, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. That'll deal a couple percent less damage than, like, the better, you know, like like basically what'll happen is they'll have a class and they'll have like multiple specs. So like we'll look like, for instance, World of Warcraft. Some specs are easier to play than other specs, and a lot of times that usually comes with a very decent DPS gap. So like you'll generally try to take the person who's fully kitted out for the harder to play spec if the DPS gap like constitutes it, because you're just going to be like, you know, I'll just take the risk and I'll hope that this guy knows what he's doing. Now you shorten that DPS gap between the harder to play playstyle and the easier to play playstyle. First of all, that's a bit of a kick in the pants, because it kind of takes the good feeling of when you play a hard spec correctly or like very well away from that player. Because they'll be like, man, I played like a god this match, right? And then, or like this raid fight, and then like they look at the damage meter and they're right next to the person who playing the easier spec. Like, bruh, come on. I don't know. I've never been in the camp that that just because the spec is harder, it shouldn't deal more damage kind of thing. Like, I think it should. I think if you decide to play and get good at a harder spec, it should deal more damage than the easier to play spec. And the amount that it should play by should be like dictated by how hard it is to play, in comparison. Now you can, like, you know, if you want to nerf it, then you should just make the harder to play playstyle like easier to play, rather than just ignore it. But that's, again, what do I know? I'm not a game developer. I just played games my whole life. But whatever. Because the point is that a lot of the people that go, oh, you know, just because a spec is harder to play doesn't mean it should deal more DPS, are people that A, either don't even want to try that spec because they've heard that it's harder to play, or B, are just really bad at that spec, and so then they get salty when they lose to it because they can't play it. Which is, well, it's the same. Those people are kind of, for me personally, are in the same like vein as the people who get mad when someone's like spent money to like progress or whatever, either through buying the premium track or just straight up whaling. It's just, they're just people who are salty that they can't do that, right? Like, so like they can kind of just fuck off, in my opinion. Oh, did they add print to that? Because I don't think that skin has that pattern. Interesting matchup though. They kind of like stylize this to match the Omen pants. I like it. Not bad. But yeah, so it is what it is though. So I don't know. We'll see. Because I like shock training, but oh sweet, that succeeded. How many level 2s does he have? Or how many level 2s doesn't he have? Let's see. 1 there. 4, 7. Okay, so he's missing most of them. Okay. Makes sense. He wouldn't be getting very many because he's not a, I think 13. You don't start getting a lot of plus 2s until 1370, I think, in the Chaos Dungeons, so it kind of makes sense. I think we're done with him for now. Yeah, he's done the guild weeklies at least once. His weeklies are done and his dailies are done. So we're gonna move over to the striker. The striker. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I am curious what they have planned in-house, because you couldn't convince me that they don't have like at least some rough planning for what classes and what order at what tempo they're going to release them at. But I am curious, like in-house, what kind of stuff they have for for classes, like release pacing and that kind of stuff. Um, After that, when it comes to like actual content stuff, though, like when are we getting vehicles and stuff like that? Mm-hmm. I don't fucking know. I don't think any of us know. I don't think there's been any sort of indication for when that could happen. I imagine it'll probably be sooner rather than later, just from the fact that you need vehicles to complete relic gear slots. Like you need to. There is no like, oh well, you know, it's not a thing where like, oh well, you need her because her relic set is better than like Volton's. No, you need Volton and Viekas parts to complete relic sets. So yeah. I imagine they probably won't wait too terribly long for Viekas. But how long is like good is too long is debatable. I think like leaving a month in between is probably pretty safe. Like, release Volton now and then like June, maybe do like 2 classes in June or do 1 class in June and then do Viekas in July with another class kind of thing. Is probably a pretty good idea. What they'll actually do, I don't know. Cause cause like for instance, so right now like we're all focused on the May update, right? Like on the 19th for the May update, but let's also not forget that we're also due a roadmap for at least like summer. So like June, July, August. And I imagine we'll probably get that late May, early June. Um so I don't know, there's a lot of like I wish I had answers for this stuff, but there's just a lot of stuff that it's just like it's kind of just in their ballpark when they want to do these things. Oh, I forgot that I was gonna do different Una daily tasks. But I didn't look into them too hard last time, so it's whatever. Well, I mean, I didn't like write out which ones I wanted to do. I mean, but yeah, it's just like, we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see what they want to do. I think right now their main focus is just trying to get the build for May, like in working order, so that way they don't have to delay it. Cause delaying Volton is not gonna look good for them. I still don't know how I feel about them bundling like Trial Guardians and Volton in the same package. I still feel like Trial Guardians should have come earlier, specifically because that's one of the big like materials gain that you can get per week. From what I understand, like it gives you just a lot of materials once per week. Well, once per week per fight, so there's 3 fights, so it's basically 3 times a week. I still feel like that should have been like before Volton for our version, but we also have confirmation about that on the forums where Roxas stated that it seems that their plan is to shoot for like one big monthly update, which I think for the most part will be fine. It's just I just don't think for this early part of our region of our version that's like a good idea, because we're so far behind and they're trying to like put all these systems in place for us to like get built, that I think that it probably would have been better if they did like a bi-week or like 2 updates in a month, like to split it up. So like, for instance, I feel like what they could have done was like, we have Volton, Descaluda, Chaos Dungeons, the hard Chaos line, and then like the Chaos Gate and stuff like that for South Vern, like all kind of like wrapped up on the side over there. You could have done that as like the 19th update, and then maybe on like the first or second week of May, you could have done like quality of life with Destroyer and then Trial Guardians, right? So that way people can get used to the new quality of life changes. They get like a week or two with the Trial Guardians to get mats, and then they're just good to go, right? Now, again, on paper, I feel like that would have been the best way to do it. But we also have to remember that Smilegate is also juggling 3 other regions, one being their main home region. So realistically, that was probably never an option. So, especially since they have a very, very direct hand in our region. I'd say probably a bit more direct than in most other regions. So I don't think I just don't think they have the team quantity to like do that sort of schedule, even for like even temporarily, especially because like I feel like our version like launch happened to line up at a bad time for them, like internally, because originally our version was supposed to launch in like winter, which would have given them a couple months to like focus on our version a bit more, like on a technical side of things, for for releasing content and stuff. But with our release, they had like 1 or 2 months before they needed to focus on like the class balance patch, Elgacia. Like they had a lot of stuff on their plate, on top of a new region. Like that's a lot of shit to like to kind of like balance together with like one team. So I don't know, I feel like it's just, part of it's also just they haven't had things might have lined up a little too heavily on the development side of things for them. So because like a lot of people go, oh well, the game's already been released, so what is there to like develop? It's like, bruh, like the patch we have doesn't exist in any other region. Like there's so much like hodgepodge of shit in our version that like it's just like it might as well be almost a whole new game, a whole new patch, right? But like, and that kind of stuff takes a lot of work and effort to do. Also, I hate to like the delay in one when I'm doing this on my striker, because they don't line up nicely. Every time you think they'll line up so that I can like lightning tiger strike through all of them, or at least through 2 of them, one of them does a move that just like they just launch themselves out, and I'm just like, ah, fuck you guys. The fuck are you, jumpy man? But yeah, so it's also just the caveat of everybody on the internet is an expert kind of thing, right? Because that's my favorite thing about stuff. When stuff goes wrong in games and you go to like the forums and Reddit, all of a sudden everybody's like a gaming technical expert. Well, with Traverse, it's like, bro, like half the shit you just said doesn't even make sense. What? And I'm someone who I have an associate's degree in like computer shit. Like, and to get my degree, I had to learn about networking and servers. Like I had a class that I built basically my own server, but that was on a very, very small scale in comparison, and it wasn't with like a blade. It was just with like a regular computer. Like it was what we were using, but like I got the general gist of setting up a server and stuff like that. That shit's not easy. That shit is very, very fucking tough. And it's always funny to me when like server issues come out and people are like, well, you could just do this, and it's like, no you can't. It's a lot more complicated than you think. It's like with the bots thing, like, yes, I get it, bots are annoying, they're a pain in the ass, trust me, I don't like them either, but if bots were easy to handle, like no MMO would have bots, right? I always find it weird how the way people react to bots in Lost Ark almost feels like Lost Ark is the only game in existence right now with bots. I hate to break it to you, but World of Warcraft has a shit ton of bots. Has a shit ton of bots. Especially the classic server. If I'm mistaken, what I heard was on the classic servers, like, it wasn't so noticeable at launch because there were just so many people playing, but I think when, like, the population for classic started, like, tapering off a bit because people who really, you know, they were there more for, like, oh, I never played classic or and that kind of stuff, and I want to see what it was like, kind of stopped playing the game because they saw it wasn't really for them. Then, from what I understand, it became very, very noticeable that there was a lot of bots on the classic servers. There's like a lot of bots. Cause like I don't even play, like I didn't play the classic server. I played like the beta test they did like before they released the first one. And it's just like, but I kind of kept up with it. And one of the big complaints I heard was that Blizzard needs to do something about all the bots on the classic servers because it just kind of ruins the game. So there you have it, a subscription-based MMO having a bot problem. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like they've done pretty good stuff for it. I do know that I get a hell of a lot less like gold selling mail, and I see a lot less like gold spam in chats and stuff like that. So you know, at least for the spam, it's done some good. But the issue is every time they ban a shit ton of bots, they like you see like an army of bots go through leveling stuff because they're just re-leveling. So. And to be honest, I don't know, like, I don't think the Steam thing, because, like, what they did, right, was they were like, oh, well, we're going to make it so that in order to trade or do, like, use these handful of features that, you know, gold sellers use, we're going to make it, we're going to, like, make it so they can't, you know, that you have to have Steam Trusted status. I think for the spam, that actually, like, that helped with the spam side of things, but it's not going to do anything with the bots, right? Because all it's going to do is that the bots are then just going to funnel the gold to like one character. Granted, you know, they can also just track said gold because they have said themselves that they can track the gold and where it's gone, and they can like apply negative gold and stuff like that, which is I think what they're doing. From what I understand, apparently Black Desert does this, where what they do is they give you if they find like you buying from real money trading, what they do is they give you a temporary ban and then they detract the amount of like currency that you bought from that trader for that amount. So I think that's what they're doing in Lost Ark. I know a lot of people want them to pull a harder stance, kind of myself included, because if you make it, you know, if you kind of loom a guillotine over the heads of the people who would buy the real money trading, it'll make it harder for them to kind of like do it. But the issue is that a lot of these, like a lot of the official gold selling guys, like like the people who would buy from them, they know like where to go, right? Like a lot of times the guys who make like do a lot of gold selling, like that kind of stuff, they're not the guys that are spamming in the chat. A lot of times those guys, they have a network already, like well established from previous games that people go find, and they do it through off-game communication like Discord and stuff like that. So that's definitely a little harder to track because they can, you know, they can divvy it up by server and stuff like that, and then like slowly, like, you know, they have ways around it. But like real money trading is gonna be something that's kind of hard to like fight against. And then I also find it funny because there's, well, I find it interesting because there's some people who are there like, oh well, they should like do real checks like on people to see if they're bots. I'm like, well, first of all, like the amount of money you'd have to pay for the size of a team that you'd have to manually go check bots like in game, right? Like even just randomly, no company's gonna do that. No company does that. Let me kind of just make that thing there. No company does that. No company is going to do that because that's a huge expenditure, you know, compared to just trying to make an automated system that'll handle it. Not to mention, like, I don't even think they're like, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who would be like, how willing are you to like search for bots like 8 hours a day every day, like 7 days a week kind of thing? Like, you'd be hard pressed to find someone who'd be willing to do that as a job, as like an occupation, especially like in the gaming industry. Like most people that get into the gaming industry, I don't think get in with the mentality of, oh, cool, I'm gonna be a bot checker, right? That kind of thing. Like that, no, they want to do, you know, gaming shit, like making games and stuff. But even then, like, how the hell would you check for bots? I've seen people like with actual names, like doing actual content, like in like matchmaking and even just party finder with names that I'm like, man, if you weren't like actually fighting right now and using your abilities, I would have thought you were a bot with that name. Because they're just, some people just don't care. They just, you know, smash a bunch of random letters on their name like bots do, and then they call it good. GG. I used to do that for my alts. I used to like, I was like, I can't be bothered to make names for all of my alts on some classes, in some MMOs, especially free to play, that I would just randomly smash letters if they didn't have like a random feature for names, and then I would like just call it good, you know. That's basically what bots do. So, you know, that's not really a sure-proof way of going like that's a bot, right? Not to mention, there's also been times I have seen like a bunch of like, I've been in a crowd where it's just a bunch of like us like martial artists like running from one spot to the other together, like in a straight line, because it just happened to line up that way. I don't know, like again, there's no easy way. I wish there was. Like it'd be fantastic if they could just flip a switch and then like bots just couldn't play their game, but unfortunately for all of us it doesn't work that way. So I think they're doing some pretty good steps for it. I know a lot of people go, oh well, Korea doesn't have this problem. It's like, yeah, but Korea also has federal laws that help them, right? Like how by law you need a Korean phone number, which by law you need a Korean social security number to get, to then be able to make an account. Yes, that does help, but that's never gonna work in most countries. Like most countries would not go that far to force that kind of thing, especially like America. Like Americans would lose their shit, which is funny. There's other stuff they'll like put their social security number on without even thinking about it, that it's an issue, and then but then like for a game, you know, for heightened security or whatever, to make it harder for people to like for bots to exist, they'd be like, oh my god, my freedom. I don't know, I find it funny. As someone who lives in America, I find it funny. As someone who was raised here from childhood, I find it funny. Yeah, so it's gonna be, bots are kind of just something we're just gonna have to deal with, unfortunately. Kind of just pretend they don't exist, I guess. That's kind of what I do. I pretend they don't exist until they piss me off when they send me a random like gold selling mail on my Deadeye, because I don't know what the fuck it does with my Deadeye. Like, they love sending him gold selling mail. He's the only character I've had. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I think my Berserker got one once, but he's the only character I've had that has consistently gotten gold mail, like all the time, just always getting it, and I'm just like, why? Like, why him? And like, and at first a friend of mine was like, oh, it's because you're parking him in like you were parking him in Vern, that has to be why. I'm like, what are you talking about? I parked my Deadeye in Phaeton, because he does Phaeton dailies. like I'm getting gold selling mail in Phaeton. Like there was a time where he was getting like every like 2 or 3 days he was getting gold selling mail, like a mail from a gold seller, just like every 2 to 3 days, just while being in Phaeton. Like, I mean, I guess maybe it's like they pick his name up from the like 2 seconds he's in North Vern dropping off a low paying quest, but actually no, he doesn't even do that because he does Shoeshire. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't know why like my Deadeye is like so blessed with getting whatchamacallit, getting gold selling mail. I don't know why. It's just funny. It is funny to me. Haha. But yeah, though to be honest, I wish they'd give us like a block feature in the mail, because it's kind of annoying how I have to like I basically have to like manually type it out, because you can still block them. You just have to do it through the through like the blocks menu on like the friends list thing, instead of like doing the right click, because you can't right click them. And oh, shit, I thought he would like run out faster, so I kind of like missed the second half of that Tiger Rising. But yeah, it's just they could give me that feature, like, or I could just right click the mail and be like, block this person. Wait. He is doing that a lot this time. I will say though, I'm pretty excited for next week. Well, I think it's, what, actually is it next week? No. What's today? Today's the 4th. 5 days, right? I think it's 5 days. I don't remember the exact date. But my favorite gacha game that I've played for years is having a Final Fantasy XI collab. Huzzah! I'm pretty fucking excited. It'll be the first collab they've done where like I actually know what it is. Because usually they do collabs with like idols like Love Live, and then they had like a collab with Shadow. It's Grand Blue Fantasy. They haven't figured it out. But then they'll do like a collab with their own stuff. But like, oh, you son of a bitch. But they also did like, a Persona collab and stuff like that, and I'm just like, bro, I've never played Persona in my life. I just don't know. I know, like, gasp, I play something like Lost Ark, and yet I've never played Persona. Well, it's because, like, at the time, like, you know, I'm a bit frugal with the monies, and to be honest, aesthetically, I don't care. Like, it's not kind of for me, Persona, because I'm more of a, like, medieval fantasy armor kind of guy. Over like, you know, high schoolers kind of thing. The fight stuff looks cool though. I don't care much for the rest of it, but the fight stuff looks pretty cool. But yeah, so that's why like I've never played Persona. I mean, it was a cool collab though. And then they also did a Code Geass collab. Never watched Code Geass. I've watched like bits and pieces of the show, but I've never like actually sat down. I know about like Lelouch and all that kind of stuff. Well, like I know who they are, I just don't know anything about the show. So I've always been waiting for a collab with Grand Blue of something that I actually know. And it's like they're finally doing a Final Fantasy XI. I don't know how extensive it'll be though. I think it's just gonna be what they've announced, because like so far we know of like the 2 SSRs, like the 2 free SSRs we're getting from it. Which one of them is Prish, which I'm excited for, because that's kind of just like a fan favorite. And Lilith, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's been a while since I had to say that name. Is like the second one that comes later, which is also kind of a fan favorite. At least back when I played it, a long time ago. Long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know what to. I'm just pretty excited. I might do. I don't know if I'll do a video on like actually doing it, because I kind of tend to just speedrun my way through the stories, more often than not. So, like, I don't really. I think it's just a little boring. To be honest, I can't watch videos and streams of people just reading the story for like the events and stuff, even for really good ones, like the anniversary events and stuff like that. I just can't. Like usually I skip. I read the skip dialogue, and then I move on. And then just carry on. But I don't know. I might do like a showcase, I guess, with my shitty light grid for Prish, because of her. At least I remember really liking her character. Um, but yeah, so I'm pretty excited for that. Like I wonder what weapons we're gonna get. I think we know like the summons. We know the summons and 2 characters. Summon is a Shantoto 2 from the Trust system, and then it's like Prish and Lilith are the like the characters they've confirmed. I don't know if maybe we'll get like a skin for like the M for the main character. Maybe I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. Uh, I don't know. We'll see. Cause like sometimes they do some pretty big stuff for some of these collabs. Like for instance, there was the I forget what it's called. There's like a it's like it's a mobile game or something, or like a computer game that's kind of like anti collection, but with like male samurais, so like weapon guys instead of like ship girls kind of thing. That they did a collab with a while back, and in that collab they gave samurai away for free, or like not for free, but they made it so you could unlock samurai with the quest instead of needing to like do the in-game grinding for him, which I thought was like amazing, personally, especially for like new players. And then I think, if I'm mistaken, for recently they did a Demon Slayer collab. Again, I know about Demon Slayer, but I've never really watched or read it. Where if I'm mistaken, they gave away Kengo, which is like the samurai upgrade for the second class for samurai that you can unlock, or like the advanced samurai class you could call it, I guess. That they gave that away without having to do the unlock process for it, which is really, really nice, because that unlock process takes a while, especially for new players. Even though it's kind of debatable whether or not it was actually that good for new players, because Kengo is like a class where you kind of need his class weapon, and his class weapon, like, you kind of have to slightly build the class weapon, well, the champion class weapon as it's called. So there's a class weapon, which is the weapon you have to do to unlock the extra classes, and then there's the champion class weapon, which is like the upgraded version, specifically for the like advanced version of that class. And so, but basically Kengo is a class that needs its champion class weapon, so it was a little debatable if whether or not that was actually really good to give to new players, because Kengo's like basically like kind of shit without it, from what I understand. I think it has some like katanas it can play with in a setup, but for the most part it's I think it needs its champion weapon to work, from what I understand. I don't know. I have it. I leveled it. I haven't really like tried to learn how to build it. I should, because it seems like everybody and their mothers just runs a Kengo setup for like everything nowadays, at least for light and dark. It's a little frustrating because they kind of, it's why I can't do the fucking horse fight, because it's kind of like the omens for the horse fight where you could tell they were designed because a lot of people like have Kengo setups for dark, and so they're just like, oh, just charge attack 3, 4, 20 times, and like for all of his omens, and it just pisses me off because my whatchamacallit, my dark grid is not a Kengo grid, so it has a, it's not a Kengo grid, and then I'm missing like all the shit that you could like Ogi a lot with if you don't have Kengo. So it's like I'm a little salty about the horse fight, if I'm perfectly honest. But luckily, they did us all a favor. Well, they did some of us a favor, and they just basically invalidated the weapons from horse fight like almost as soon as they added them, and then they did it again like a month after. It's kind of funny. But yeah, it's kind of funny. But it also means I need to farm more like sandbox, more Arcarum sandbox, because I'm kind of like bad at farming that. Well, to be honest, it's not just I'm bad. Any sort of like, I kind of need to do it now because of I think Earth has an axe in there that's really good to have, that I kind of need to get. Then I been really bad at not doing it. I kind of just need to go and do it, just get it over with. But I lost like any sort of like motivation to farm sandbox when we saw the Athena swords, and they were kind of shit, to be honest. So kind of just is what it is. Oh sweet! Wow, we killed that really fast, and we were all tier 2 at least. So from the glow, me and the Glaver are like in our 1000s. So, but yeah, so that is just a side tangent about probably like the only gacha game I play somewhat regularly, Grand Blue, which I did a Spark video like 2 months ago, no, month ago, month and a couple weeks. I think it was like end of March. I might like I plan on probably always doing like a video when I Spark, which depending on what they give us, I might be sparking again here soon in the summertime. Uh, if it like because well, I have this issue with they've released like new characters I want, but they're not like they're wants of like the heart wants, but they're not like I'm like I can't spark them. Like I need to save my sparks for like strong characters, strong seasonal characters to be exact, or just like characters I've been waiting for a long time for, because I've been waiting for them to add the playable the other playable fucking Primarchs, because they did like Hal and Mao, which are like a Primarch duo that they did a summer version for like a long fucking time ago, and then the actual Primarchs that you build their weapons and you like and you've been building their summons forever, and then like you actually interact with in game in person, like those Primarchs still aren't in the game, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm hoping they add those like this year because I need them. Oh. Oh, this is really nice. I need to add this to the list. Hold up. I think this is... I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is for... Is this for H? For... I think this is for, since it's like 51, 52, this is either like battle XP from like questing, or makes it so that your training goes faster. 1 second. Checklist. Easy ones. Training camp and stronghold. Sorry, I need to do this, like put it on my prep list thing now, because if I don't, I'll forget later. Roster help. Stuff. Because I mean, even regardless of whether this is like actual like experience your character accumulates, or is just for the training camp, this is still going to be really good for future classes, because to be honest, your main goal for classes that are unreleased is to get them to like 55 as fast as possible, so that way they can level 11 all their DPS skills, or at least most of them. That's fucking great though. Question is how much can I do the other ones? Hold up. Close roster help. Yeah, we have a lot of these. All right, so up until level 7, 57. For those are researching. So basically, as you level up like your roster stuff, you get. No, I think this is just for battle XP. Like I think this is just like leveling your character, like just doing their content, like their chaos dungeons and like raids and stuff like that. I think this is just flat battle XP increase that you can get. which is amazing. This is fantastic. So yeah, 56, 55. They have like different stuff. Yo, this is super good. Research, roster help, battle, XP. I think, is this new? Did this come out with the update? Because I checked yesterday. Well, I've been doing researches yesterday because I unlocked, like, my manor still isn't upgraded. I unlocked the lab level 5 the other day. And I don't remember seeing those. I usually collapse everything and then I look at like certain stuff. Stronghold, battle XP. Oh, never mind. I think it's just maybe us two. Right, no, somebody asked about it like a month ago, so I think maybe it's just something you unlock now at like Stronghold level 35. Because I just got to level 35 yesterday, and I was like researching stuff. I don't know, well, because like it doesn't, I don't know. Basically, it's really good. It's really fucking good. I've been saying I don't know a lot today. It's actually kind of getting on my nerves. That's really good though. But it's good I figured it now because that'll help me on the XP checklist thing. That's nice. That's a big one because that increases. Well, that increases. So it's not from the. It seems it doesn't seem to affect the. From a real quick look, I think I'll research it more when I like get off stream. I don't want to like. I have plenty of shit I need to do right now. So. But basically it increases how much XP you get from like using that character in game to doing stuff from like battle stuff, which is kind of a big deal in all honesty. Because I will just speed up even however slightly it'll do it. It still speeds up the speed at which you gain XP to get to like higher levels. And it seems I think I'll be able to do it through like up to level 54 stuff. Something like that. No, maybe yeah, 54. I don't know. We'll see. That's really good, honestly. I didn't know something like that was in the game. I always thought that the only like XP catch up thing was from just buying shit from the pirate ships and then the training camp. I didn't know there was actual like XP buffs in game you could research to kind of like speed up your leveling. That's awesome. That's honestly really cool. I love it because it kind of reminds me of the armory bonus from Final Fantasy 14. So in Final Fantasy 14, the way it works is the oh, he doesn't have any, so I have to risk it for the biscuit. In Final Fantasy 14, the way it works is you get an armory bonus for any class that's basically anytime you level a new job, as long as it's underneath the highest level job you have on that character, you get what's called an armory bonus, which is a percentage XP boost. If I'm mistaken, I think as long as the content you're doing is below the current expansion, it's like a 300% XP boost or some crazy shit like that. And then if they're going through current content, then it's 100% XP boost. But it's just always active. And I'm thinking it also stacks with other sources of like XP boost, like accessories and stuff like that from like pre-orders. And it's really nice. It's really nice for just getting things just speeding things up. Now granted, the content you have to do is still kind of fucking boring, in all honesty. Because when you're leveling up alts, all you really have are like bait training if you're in the current content, because I don't think they've added a deep dungeon yet for Endwalker. Baja, if you're in like Shadowbringer content, like level 71 or higher, and I think even it's a couple levels, like 1 or 2 levels into the Endwalker levels, it's still pretty good. Or like Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High, depending on whether you're in like a Realm Reborn Heaven's Ward or if you're in Stormblood for levels. All of which are pretty monotonous and generally drain your sanity and make you sometimes hate life. I'm just saying. Take this as someone who is like, who chased the titles for leveling all of X type of class to like X level kind of thing. Oh shit. Okay, that's not blue. But yeah, so that's really cool. I love when games have systems like that. Get your ult up and running faster. It's gonna be great to have. I mean, it's not gonna do much good, depending on how much, like on how high of a level I can go, because it seems to, so unlike in Final Fantasy 14, where it's just as long as you have one character at this level, anything beneath it will gain an XP boost, it seems that in here, you research buffs for specific levels, right, to get through for quicker, so I'll have to see, like it'll be extremely helpful for Destroyer, who's coming out in like 2 weeks. For my current classes, not so much, because I think somewhat recently my Glaver got to 53. So basically, well, actually, I think my Glaver will still benefit from it, because I think I should be able to get 53 research buffs. But basically, anything from anything from that comes, you know, any unreleased classes, since they start at level 50, like it'll always just be helpful. So that's pretty cool. I just don't know what triggers it. I think it might be level 35. I didn't see a level. It's either level 35 or lab level 5 unlocks it. Because I don't remember seeing them last night when I was like putting stuff to research. Because I got like merchant stuff and stuff like that. Like I researched the merchants, I researched the, you know, the lab, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not 100% sure what. You gotta kill those invisible guys, because those guys kind of suck. But it seems like we all kind of know what we're doing, more or less. A little bit. Also just helps to have a sorcerer. Sorcerers are so strong in here. Shit. This is kind of why, like, I get annoyed at the fight sometimes. Like, he didn't look like he was gonna, like, turn around. But then he, like, just 180, like, okay, there I was, you know, I was greedy, so I'll accept it, that was my fault. But before, you know, he looked like he was targeting someone else, and I don't know if they ran behind me when I was trying to, like, do my Tiger Rising. But But you know, then I tried doing my Tiger Rising, and then it was like, whap, in the face. Oh! I even tried dodging out of it, but I was kind of surrounded. I tried dodging this way, but I don't think it would have, like, solved the problem. This was the worst room to have this right here. Because they deal a shit, like, they basically, like, yeah. They can basically one-shot someone from full health with just, like, 2 or 3 of them. So, also getting the minus 100% modifier on top of that, just... Ooh, no bueno. And then I kind of just got unlucky because I kind of got surrounded at the end. But, don't care. I don't really like Cube all that much, and... So for me, not having to worry about it is fantastic. I also wish that at least, like, I'm telling you, I really hope that in the future they make a lot of these roster bound stuff, just like, or these like specific character bound stuff, like roster bound instead, because it's a little annoying. All right, is important enough to move over. The purple ambush master might bring something. Oh, thanks for the follow. But where is expert? 16 gold for a book that I don't plan on using is pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. 16 gold. Hopefully that'll sell. I don't know if the purple ambush masters. I know purple stuff kind of like tanked pretty hard in price recently. Yeah, it's all good. The update should be pretty quick though, at least it was for me. I guess maybe if you have like somewhat slower internet, it might take a second. 45 gold, that's pretty good. But yeah, like I'm not a big fan of Chaos Dungeons, or not Chaos Dungeons, Cube, whatever, because I don't know, I don't like them. I don't like them at all. I feel like they're, like I'd rather do boss rush tickets all day in comparison. But I had to do it for the, you know, Guild Weekly, so. What else we got here?
Down with wasteful spending.
Alright, so that's at least... Alright, so we have level 1 done at least, so that'll be fine. Boss rush is fine, so I don't have to do extra tickets. But he still needs it. Oh, he's got plenty. Where's the boss rush guy? Alright. Before I forget. But yeah, that room was just bad luck. Because, like... To find the invisible guys, you kind of, well, you have to know where they spawn, or you have to, like, wait for them to, like, hit. And then, in that instance, I was trying to kill the little guys, and I think what happened was, I think I might have gotten stuck on one of the little guys when all of the guys, like, spawned around me and, like, did the slam. So, then I just, like, died, and I was like, well, shit. I don't even think being in there on my tier 3 characters would have, like, made a difference either, because those guys just hurt. I mean, those guys... They killed my Berserker once when I went to tier 2. Cube on my Berserker, who's relatively tanky at 1340. And even without that, like, negative modifier, was like, he just got wrecked. Because I wasn't paying attention, so I ate like 4 of them all at once. But on the plus side, it means I got out of Cube faster, which is great for me. Feel bad for the other guys though, because most people, like, you know, obviously they want to get the highest you can get. Makes sense, get more silver. But for me, I'm over here like, yes, thank you. Thank you for releasing me from the prison that is Cube. Oh shit, getting out. Oh, was that? I probably stepped back into that too soon. I do that a lot. I tend to like miss time when I need to like reinitiate on a boss with the when they're doing like a big AoE like that. I don't think I've seen, yeah, that's the first time I've seen the wasp lady or the bee lady as a boss in here. See him a lot though. Wampo! Oh shit. But I'll probably, I think what I'll, well, actually I don't know. I may or may not do it. Actually, no, I probably won't do it because of, I was thinking about doing all of my boss rush tickets on my scrapper to get her more great on her leap stones, but, oh wow, getting a lot of him today. But I kinda don't want to just because, in about a little under 2 hours now, I think, or like a little over 2 hours. We'll be getting Guild Shop level 3, which means we'll have I'll be able to buy some Great Honor Leap Stones with Bloodstones on my scrapper. So, and then I can start buying them on other characters so they can start building up their stockpile. Because unfortunately, the stones in the Guild Shop are like unbound, so you can funnel them to characters, but everything else, like the leap stones and the shards and the protection items, they're all bound. So unfortunately those you can only really build up on that character, but still being able to build up Great Honor leap stones on a character ahead of time is really good, because it just means it's just a little less farming that you have to do later. But that'll also be in the checklist. God, I just want them to give me, like, I'm just waiting for a concrete date on the May 19th update. Even though, to be honest, I won't be able to do most of it, like, right off the bat. Because I won't have anybody 14, 15, like, on May 19th. But I'm also just curious about, like, the events we'll get and stuff like that. Because we'll get an event to replace the Guardian Raid event. Because they did say that. So, oh, that's all pretty quick. Oh, that's right, I can't open Express Mail in here. I'm just curious what they'll exchange it with, because like in Korea, a lot of events are actually like web events. Kind of like if you played Genshin Impact, you kind of know what they are. It's literally just like a window that opens in game, and then you kind of like do a little something on it, and then you get a reward. So, which isn't necessarily bad. It's free shit is still free shit at the end of the day. But I don't know how people that play Lost Ark will take it. But I think people prefer the events where they get to like do stuff. So like, you know, Naruni Racing was fun with the Grand Prix, and then you had and then you also got extra coins from just doing daily stuff, which I personally like a bit more than Guardian Raid event. I think that's my only gripe with the Guardian Raid event, is that the only way to get currency from it is by doing the event. But this is what it is. It is what it is. Right, so we're almost done. Oh, he was already dead. Oh shit! I charged. Well, I ate a lot of damage because me and him charged each other, so I ate his charge damage, and then I charged into the stomp. Yep. That's fine. I'm glad that it doesn't, like, man, if boss rush like reduced your reward when you died, that would suck. Oh, my poor little fox is crying. But luckily it does not, so I do not care. Do not care at all. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I've been playing, what is it? I think recently, like, it's kind of the game I've really been wanting to play a lot recently. Is I decided to finally like play Apex after like watching it as like other people play it for so long. Is the reason I didn't play it for so long was because I was like, I'm really bad at battle royales personally. Like, I don't play first-person shooters long enough to actually build up the raw mechanical skill to actually like be good at it. And then like I've played battle royales before, like Fortnite, I played Realm Royale, I've dabbled in PUBG a little bit. I've played in what was the other one? There's another one. There's one more battle royale I played. I can't remember now. Fortnite, PUBG, Realm Royale, then there's one more. Whatever. But basically, I've always known I wasn't really good at it, but I've loved watching people play Apex. Like, I always have like a lot of fun watching like people who know how to play Apex play it, and I've always wanted to play it because I do like the whole like having abilities kind of thing and like managing those. And then like recently I was like I've been in the mood for a first person shooter, and I wanted to get Tiny Tina's Wonderland because I've heard good things about it, but I decided that instead of buying Tiny Tina's, I would just use that money to probably buy the Destroyer special package next month. And then I just decided to play Apex, and I am super bad at it, but I've been having a blast. And I think it's one of the reasons I can kind of keep playing Lost Ark as much, because I've always said it. I've said it since like the first day Lost Ark dropped, or at least since I started streaming when Lost Ark dropped, that uh, not having like another game to play to kind of like detox, I guess, from Lost Ark is kind of a bad idea. Well, it's kind of a bad idea for MMOs in general. In my opinion, MMOs aren't the type of game where they should be the only game you play. Like, they can be your main game where you spend the most amount of time in it, but you should definitely have like another game that you like to play besides a MMO. Because MMOs, like, even to someone like me who I've played, MMOs are probably the one game type I've played the most of over like all the time I've played games. Uh, it's still like it'll slowly grind away at you, even if you're enjoying it. Like, it's just there's just something about MMOs that kind of grind people down slowly, like over time. Oh wait, I need to do fishing. Almost forgot. Uh, that it makes it like having another game you can play to kind of just break that I guess monotony, you could say, of just doing the same shit on the treadmill, just day in, day out, just constantly doing it over and over again. It is really helpful to keep yourself like being able to play it for a long time. Uh, and even then, just accepting, like getting over the FOMO of taking a break from an MMO is also really good to just keep yourself going. Cause like for instance, I can give you an example. I have a hard time playing Final Fantasy 14 nowadays. I love Final Fantasy 14. I still think it's like one of the best MMOs, if not the best one on the market currently. But I burned myself out on it so bad way back in like A Realm Reborn, like a couple months before Heaven's Ward came out, because I was chasing the what is it, the Warmonger title, and in like the span of like a month, I basically like just power leveled all of the Disciple of War classes and the tank classes to level 50 to get the title. And doing that burned me out so bad that to this day I have a hard time playing Final Fantasy 14 for longer than like a month and then just stop playing it. Which sucks because I like playing it. I like the classes. I think the current expansion is amazing. I do kind of want to get back into it. I think the other thing keeping me back from it is that I only know like one other person who plays it, and me and her schedules don't really match up, so we don't really play together. So like we talk about it, but I don't know. At the end of the day, having people to play with is kind of what to me makes an MMO worth playing. So that also probably tacks onto it, but because there's a lot of like, I would say Final Fantasy 14 is pretty solo friendly if you're willing to pug things, because at least when I stopped playing like a month or two into Endwalker, the pugs like were still generally at a level where most of them like are receptive to mechanics and stuff like that, or suggestions, and they don't get too defensive. Like, that's one of the only things I don't understand about World of Warcraft, is that whenever like you pug a raid, or at least from my experience, whenever I would pug a raid and then I would try to give suggestions on like raid mechanics after wipes, like people would get very, very hostile very quickly, or very like defensive, almost as if you were calling them like morons when you're really just suggesting like strategies to try to like kill the boss. And it makes it really like World of Warcraft. I honestly refuse to raid outside of LFR if it's not like, if I don't have at least people to run in the raids with, because it's just like, first of all, some of the requirements sometimes is ridiculous. Like, you're trying to find a pug group for normal, like the current raid on normal, and then you look at the item level they have required, and they're like, oh, you need like heroic level gearing for this group. And it's like, well, if I have heroic level gearing, why the hell am I going to be doing normal? Right? Like, I'd go be looking for heroic kind of thing. Lost Ark so far, I haven't had that issue. It's been pretty nice. Generally, people are really receptive to strategy suggestions. I think part of that's also just because it's new. Like, there's a hefty amount of people that play Lost Ark currently. Like, probably didn't even know it existed before it released for our version. So I think they're a bit more receptive. Like, you know, since they're like, man, I really don't know what's going on mentally, like subconsciously, they're a bit more receptive to suggestions than people who are a bit more experienced. But I also think in general, the kind of like, I wouldn't really call it culture, but I guess like mindset that has been cultured with a lot of like the popular streamers and stuff is, you know, being adaptive and to mechanics and strategies and stuff. And even though, granted, a lot of our stuff are like a lot of the fights we have now, like the strategies have kind of already been figured out because we're still in the process of catching up. So I guess that also probably lends some help to people being receptive, is going like, oh well, this person is suggesting a strategy, which means they probably looked it up. So maybe like we should listen or at least try it. I don't know. I'm always someone who, if we're trying a strategy and we keep wiping on the strategy and then someone suggests another strategy, we should at least do a couple attempts on that and try that other strategy out to see if maybe for our group it works out better. Because I don't know about Lost Ark because of like how random a lot of the mechanics are and how like exacting they can be at like higher levels. But like, for instance, in World of Warcraft, there was a lot of boss fights where there were slight tweaks you could do to the strategies that would be dependent on like what your comp is, like how good players in your group are, that kind of stuff. And there were some strategies that, while more efficient, you could say, or were faster for killing, were harder to pull off than other strategies that, while they may have been a little slower, you could still kill it reliably, you know, in a group of maybe players who aren't that good. Because a lot of times what people will do is they'll copy like mythic level strategies for like heroic or normal, and it's like, first of all, there's mechanics in mythic that we don't have to deal with in heroic and normal, but second of all, the raw skill involved between, like, just gap between the two styles of players, like a lot of times those strategies that mythic guilds can do, it's literally just because those guys are fucking cracked out of their minds and they're just really like strong players. All right, my buff's off. I need to go do my, keep the researches rolling. So in Lost Ark, I don't think you have that much because a lot of it is kind of like, okay, what mechanic is coming? All right, how do we handle this? That kind of thing. Like, for instance, Argos Phase 2 has a mechanic where the only thing that stays the same is that he shoots a beam in the air, and the people who are fighting the mini boss dinosaur in like part 1 of the fight have to look over and tell the people downstairs what mechanic they're dealing with. Because like, but what mechanic the people downstairs deal with is like completely random from like, I think it's like 7 different mechanics that they can potentially get. Oh, holy shit. All right, that unlocked a lot of stuff. All right, we'll keep working on the roster help stuff because I think we're probably pretty close to done with these. Actually, wait, no. Yeah, these are 5 minutes. So we'll do these. We'll finish the merchants because those are like 5 minutes. So we'll fish, come back, fish, come back, and then put the 1 hour one up. But yeah, in Lost Ark, a lot of it is just like, you kind of have to just, it's a bit more reactionary. So it's more like, it's less like, how can we handle this mechanic? And more like, all right, this mechanic is this what's handled. We need to make sure we handle it when it pops up, kind of thing. So I think that also leads people to being a little bit more receptive. Is just like, well, this is kind of how you do it. These are tricks you can do. Because it's a bit more on the players themselves, like skill wise. Like, for instance, like an example I can give is Argos has the stupid 90-degree turn back kick that he likes to do. As far as I know, there's absolutely zero indication whatsoever of when he's going to do that 90-degree turn to back kick. So something you can do is if you're not in a position to dodge out of the way of the back kick, if you know what abilities you have tripoded with tenacity, use that ability. So a direct example I can give is Berserker's finish strike. Usually you usually take the tenacity tripod on it in PvE, specifically because you can use it that way. So like what you can do is you can see him turning and you're like, well, I can't really dodge out of the way. And as a berserker, you're kind of slow, so you can't run out of the way either. But you know your finish strike is off cooldown. You can just go, I'm just going to finish strike. You're going to take the damage because there's no avoiding the damage. But now, instead of taking the damage and getting launched on your ass, like, 10 feet away from the boss, which now you have to either wait for your character to get up if your flip is on cooldown, because that has a 30-second cooldown-ish, or you still have to flip and then, like, probably use your dodge to re-engage, or as a berserker, you use your shoulder tackle. Like, you now have just taken damage. And to be honest, the more annoying part of the kick is less the damage and more just getting launched away from Argos and having to reinitiate is kind of the more annoying side of it. So those are little tricks you can do to kind of like increase damage on like a boss. Now, not everybody has a skill like that. Trust me, I'm aware of this. Like my Deadeye, you don't take tenacity on anything. Actually, I don't think like I don't think like almost any of his abilities have tenacity on it. Especially at least like his shotguns, I don't think I don't take tenacity on any of them. I think that you just take straight DPS tripods. So, if you're playing like a class where either that's not really an option or they just don't have tenacity tripods on any of their stuff, then sorry, I guess you're just shit out of luck. Better just pray that he 90 degrees in the opposite direction or something. Because like as a scrapper main, I see him do a 90-degree turn and I just start chain destruction fist. Because chain destruction fist, you can go one of two ways in PvE, which one way which I saw which I did at the beginning, and I feel like I don't know if a lot of people still do it, because I think recently I've seen a lot of like shock training scrappers that don't go with it, but there's a node that adds fire damage to your chain destruction fist in level 2, and a lot of people used to like to take that early on because like extra damage. But the issue is shock training isn't a build that takes swiftness. And so without swiftness, chain destruction fist, even with a Galewind rune, takes like 3 years to get off. The full damage. And the biggest chunk of damage comes at the very end, not like through the actual ability. You can deal a lot of damage leading up to that last hit, but I'd say probably close to half of the damage from that ability comes from the last hit, if not more if it crits. So what I see a lot of people doing, myself included, is we just take tenacity on it and then we put a protection rune on it, because you're pretty unsafe when you're doing chain destruction fist. It's probably quite simply your most dangerous move in a boss fight to use, if you're not, especially if you're not taking tenacity. Protection rune is kind of like up to personal preference. I was using a Galewind rune, but chain destruction fist just takes so long that I didn't feel like there was a real reason to take a Galewind rune personally over like a protection rune, because is like if you're gonna miss it, you'll miss it with the Galewind rune more often than not. Like the Galewind rune's not gonna save you from missing the last hit on chain destruction fist. And then at least with the protection rune, you get like a shield that's like 8% of your max health. So you can it saves you on some potion usage. So that's kind of how I use mine. So, and I use that to cheese a whole lot of shit, like not just the back kick, right? Like so like Argos also has his like front like horn thing where he shoots out like a tectonic wave of shit in front of him. You can use it for that. Say you're in a bad position and you're kind of like stuck and you can't get around Argos, use your tenacity ability on it. Again, you'll take the damage, but you won't get knocked on your ass, which is nice. Like that's really good. And from what I've slowly understood in Lost Ark, is the worst thing that can happen to you is getting knocked on your ass without having your flip available. Which again, that's a 30-second cooldown, and like just about every fucking thing in this game off of a boss flips you over. So knowing what abilities you have that can help you negate that situation is really good. especially because like there's other tricks you can do, right? So chain destruction fist, you're doing chain destruction fist. All of a sudden, the boss decides he's going to do a big one-shot move. When you're doing it, you just dodge out of it, right? You just dodge out of it and you cancel out of your chain destruction fist. And a lot of times you can just do that and you'll be able, it'll line up so that while you're chain destruction fist, a lot of times that first move that comes out, like, you know, you'll tenacity through that. And then when he follows it up with a one-shot move, your dodge is more than likely off of cooldown. Even though another really good, I forgot to, the dispatch. Another good rule of thumb really is, as a scrapper, don't double dodge unless you have to. Because if you double dodge, it gives it like a 10-second cooldown, while if you just single dodge, it's like a 5-second cooldown. It's almost like it almost competes with gun lancers for like the shortest cooldown timer. And so that means a lot of times you'll have it up, and that means you can use it to kind of cancel out of stuff. Other classes, you kind of just stuck with what you do. It's like, again, like berserkers don't really have that option. Not to mention berserker has a couple moves that you can't really dodge roll out of for whatever reason. Like Hellblade, at least in my personal experience, you basically have to fail the Hellblade before it lets you dodge roll out of it. Oh, was that theirs? I could have sworn there was a exclamation point that popped over mine. But so you have to fail the Hellblade maneuver before it'll let you dodge roll, and that can, to be honest, that fucks me over more often than not. Especially because Hellblade is one of those moves that we talked about earlier that doesn't have a tenacity tripod on it, so you're kind of just boned if you just choose a bad time to use it. And even then, a lot of times that choose isn't even your fault, because again, the boss, it's pretty RNG what they decide to do. As far as I know, aside from specific abilities that happen at specific like HP bars, like most other maneuvers they do are all pretty random, which is why sometimes you can get like, you can see it in Guardian raids where they start doing the same move over and over and over again. Like how, for instance, a Grexion will just keep jumping backwards or jumping forwards like constantly. It's because you got really unlucky with the RNG of his mechanics, and he just kept deciding to do the one where he jumps back and forth. But then other times you get lucky, and Egrexion gets like constipation and he has to stand in place for like 3 hours while you just wail on him for free damage. So kind of just a luck of the draw on that point. Not much else you can really do about it. But I still think it's fine. I think like a lot of my frustrations with Lost Ark early on, I think just came from like how because like in WoW and 14, it's usually like this mechanic happens at this breakpoint, get ready for it. Like he's gonna do this move at this breakpoint, this kind of stuff, and you're kind of just dodging like, well, for the most part, you're just not moving, right? You're just sitting there, pushing your buttons on rotation, just making sure you're doing your rotation right, and then waiting for when he starts doing mechanics so you react, so you can do the mechanics. In Lost Ark, that's not how it works. Lost Ark, the boss is fucking jumping around, he's throwing big moves, you kind of have to like move out of the way and react a bit, which is why like one of the complaints I've seen is of people saying like, oh, they're simplifying too much the way classes play, because like, for instance, Scrapper, which is the one I remember off the top of my head right now, they're removing Scrapper's like ready attack buff and then just basically giving us that attack power buff just default into the kit, so you no longer have to play around that 3-second window anymore. Very simplifies the class, to be honest. That was literally the only complicated part about Scrapper, regardless of which version you played, whether it was Taijutsu or Shock Training. The only like complicated part was timing all of your major DPS abilities in that 3-second window, and basically if you missed it and you shot like a death rattle, you lost like a shit ton of damage. Like they're basically getting rid of that. And I've seen some people complain about it because they're like, oh, they're just dumbing down the classes. I've seen some people even have the moronic like understanding of going like, oh, they're dumbing down the classes for like, because of the West, because the West is too stupid. And it's like, first of all, The West has only had our version for like 3 months now. February, March, April. And second of all, these are probably changes they've been planning for longer than our version's been out. Because this class balance thing they're doing this year, they announced it like end of last year. So I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the West. And it has probably more to do with they're probably doing the same thing that Final Fantasy 14 is doing. Final Fantasy 14 is slowly like making the classes, I guess you could say, easier to play, because like one of the big things they did is they got rid of positionals in 14 on a lot of abilities. And then the ones they did keep, all they do is they give you slightly more damage than if you land them. When before, for instance, Dragoon would get a longer rotation with a big DPS damage at the end of it if you properly pulled off their positionals on one of their two alternating moves, which is like, what is it, like Ripping Fang or something like that? I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I logged into 14. And then monks especially got different buffs and debuffs depending on like if you did their positionals properly. And they've slowly kind of just like pulled those apart, because what they're doing is they're leaving the complicated stuff for the raid fight, right? So what they're doing is they're making the raid fight more engaging, where your brain's just constantly like, okay, dodge left, dodge right, like move this way, do this mechanic, do that mechanic, all this kind of stuff. And if you had to add on top of that like super complicated mechanics of, you know, a squared plus b squared equals 22 squared in your like actual DPS rotation, where if you fuck it up once, all your DPS goes out the window. Like that nobody enjoys that. Honestly, like nobody enjoys that. Even people that enjoy super complicated rotations, they don't enjoy it when a fight like derails their complicated rotation and then they lose all of their damage. So they've basically been going the way of, we're going to simplify the way the classes play, still make them kind of engaging, because I think one of my favorite things about 14 is the combo systems, where certain skills combo together for extra effects. But then they'll make it so the fight itself is more engaging, like mentally. So, and I think, to be honest, I personally think that's kind of like a smarter way to go, because I think as a developer, it gives them more freedom when they're developing fights and stuff like that. But and like a lot of times, if you think about it, right, a lot of people's like most iconic MMO memories doesn't come from when like they're like, oh, I did my like super complicated rotation for like in this fight for 15 minutes straight and never fucked up. A lot of people's like really big memories for MMOs come from, holy shit, when we pulled off that one fucking mechanic on that boss fight and we thought we were all gonna die because someone kind of messed it up, but then one person like saved it. That's usually people's biggest like memories that they remember for a long time. And you know, if you can make for more engaging fights, you can create more opportunities for those kinds of like memories to be created, which I think in my opinion is like better to aim for than. Also, in hindsight, I think I could have bifrosted out of my stronghold. Actually, I don't remember if you can or can't. So, I don't think there is an issue with simplifying like rotations compared to like simplify, because like the other option is then you simplify the raid fights, and when you make raid fights too simple, they become boring, and when they become boring, people don't want to play your game, right? So, uh, because that's the truth of the matter. The people are tend to like play your game more if the fight itself is engaging, more so than, oh, this you know, I'm playing this one class like perfectly, and that kind of deal. uh so I think like all in all, it's just a smarter direction to go in, and I don't really mind. It also probably makes it just easier to balance to make classes less complicated. Damn it, someone had the same idea I did. Multiple people had the same idea I did. No, go away. Usually I look out, and when I swap like channels, other people don't like follow or aren't here, so I usually get like a full thing to myself. No, go away. So it's, no, so I'm a little sad that I wasn't able to bamboozle people, and they kind of just hopped in. They followed the smart. All right, but that's all I need. I miss the days when this like Una daily task had like nobody here, and you could just swoop in one go and just complete everything. Just in one go. But luckily, this is the only one that we have to like deal with that kind of stuff, because Fate and dailies are bis. Fate and dailies are bay. I love Fate and dailies. At first, I was like, man, why would I not do the more engaged? Because I used to do the hypnosized like Una task daily. I think it's right here. Yeah, no scope, baby. I used to do the Hypnos Eyes Unitask daily because I'm thinking that's the Unitask, or at least that's one of the Unitasks that gives you the most amount of like leap stones when you do it. Though at tier 3, I think it literally only gives you one more leap stone, so kind of not worth it in my opinion compared to doing these 3. And then there's also I think the Prison Island one is another one. The one where you free the prisoners with pirate coins is another one that gives you a lot of leap stones, but that one's probably about as equal pain in the ass as like as the Shoeshire one, because like you're fighting other people for the the prisoners to release, and then they're also like they take a long time to respawn compared to the bandits in my opinion. But yes, I do Fade dailies. I do the 2 Fade dailies, and then I do usually I do Shoeshire on the tier 3 characters that I plan on pushing, so that way they can build up a lot of their leap stones. And then once they have a decent stockpile of leap stones, or at least where I feel like I'm more comfortable with them to leave them be, I might move them off. Like the Berserker, I think I'll probably start doing. There's a couple masterpiece reputations I want to start working on, because I am, I think 12 masterpieces. Yeah, I'm 12 masterpieces away from the legendary judgment rune, and yeah, I kind of want that. I kind of want that a lot because I'm at 32. So, and then I'm saving my gold here for like rainy days, because that is a pro tip. If you're really struggling for gold, again, I talked about it on Monday, like ways I make gold to kind of like recoup gold from all the honing I do, usually like once or twice a week. There's a VOD up on YouTube. I have it like timestamped. There's a YouTube link down below if I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure I put it. But this is a very good, the masterpieces are a good source of one-time gold. You have a lot. The first one, you get 3,000, then 5,000, then 8,000, then 13,000. And then if you collect all of them, you get 20,000. So it's very good, like one-time boost for your account for gold. If you're really struggling for gold, or if you're like, man, I only need say you have like almost 30 and you're like, man, I could really use like 5,000 gold to do this like last push to get to like 1,400 or like 1,415 or even like 1,370 if you're like doing it on a new character. Go do masterpieces, see which ones you don't have, see which ones you can get. There's a lot. I think there's like 6 of them in the cube. I think I'm missing like the last 2. There's a bunch of reputations that give them, like they're very good. It's a very good like collectible to go do if you could use some like a quick injection of gold. But keep in mind that they're one time, right? So once you collect that specific reward amount, there's no going back, right? You can't like later down the line when you're like, shit, I need like 5,000 gold, and you've collected all of the masterpieces. There's nothing you can do about it. So I personally, I don't plan on getting wait, that should be done today. I don't plan on buying. Oh, yes, the cube. I don't plan on buying or on collecting the gold masterpiece rewards right now, because I don't really need them, right? So I'd rather save them for when I'm like, shit, I need like 10, 18, 20k gold, like now kind of thing. and then I'll probably go back and collect and like grab them then. Unless all of a sudden they go, oh, we're removing the masterpiece gold rewards, and then I'll go and like sweep out through everything that's there, because they've been slowly taking like some gold rewards out from like, from what I understand, it's like from the lower level stuff.
You're back.
So, you know, which didn't affect me too badly, but for players coming after, I'm like, man, that really sucks, because that's kind of like their only thing for gold is like their only early acquisition for gold is those things. And then I understand, you know, getting rid of them because of bots, like you have a good reason, but it's still rough. Luckily though, with the express mission, if you complete all of the express mission, especially as a new player, it's really good. The express mission in general, you get 1,000 gold at the end with that last chest. Just make sure that when you open the chest, it's on the character that you want to open it, because the tier 3 materials you get from that chest are bound. So it's just like, so just remember that. I don't know how often in the future we'll get like gold as a reward from events. I think maybe, I guess if any event gave it, I would imagine the express mission would kind of be the one that makes sense, since it's specifically designed to help like get your characters going. And especially in tier 3, gold is a huge wall for players to like hone their characters. Which, speaking of honing, because a friend of mine is doing this, well, did this, I kind of called them a little dumb about it for doing it, and then like I kind of gave him some advice. If you are like, don't hone multiple things at like multiple classes at the same time. Like, please don't do that to yourself. Especially in tier 3. Tier 3 stuff is like, it is not cheap, and most people in tier 3 are very tight for gold, because a lot of people tend to only like do the static gold rewards from either like adventure islands or their like weekly content kind of stuff. But basically, like, don't hone more than one character in like a week kind of thing. Like if you're gonna like push characters, like don't do more than one in a week. So like I have a buddy of mine who he was like, he wanted to swap to his Deathblade, and he was doing hones on his Deathblade, but then he also wanted to get his Glaver to 1325 so she can at least start generating that first bit of gold from Oreha normal. And he was doing them both at the same time, and I'm like, what are you doing? Because he's not someone who has a lot of gold. And he's like, well, I want to get both of them up because I want to like swap to a Deathblade, so I need to hone them, and then I want to get the Glaver. I'm like, you do it one at a time, you dumb. So that's just a little word of advice. If you're gonna, if you have alts and stuff, or if you want to like, and this also goes for like when new classes come out, just focus on one at a time. Like you don't necessarily have to be like, all right, this week I'm gonna work on a Deathblade, and then next week I'll work on Glaver. Like I don't mean that. I just mean that reach one goal on one character and then do it, then swap to the other character, right? So if your goal is like you have these two alts, one of which is fresh into tier 3 and you want to get them to 1325, and one's at like 1340 and you want to get them to 1370 to, you know, maybe swap out because maybe you don't, I don't know, maybe you don't like your main too much anymore. Maybe you're getting bored of it and you want to swap mains. Choose which one you want to do first. Like that's the advice I can give you is choose which one you want to do first. Focus on that one, so that, and then when you're done with getting that character to whatever item level you wanted to get them to, then work on the other character. Obviously, whichever one has the lowest is probably the smarter one to work on. So in this case, he should have gotten his Glaver to 1325 first, because that would take him the least amount of effort, and then worked on getting the Deathblade, you know, honed up, because that's going to obviously take him longer, because his main right now is 1385, so pushing the 1385 is going to take a bit of an effort to get in there, especially because his Deathblade like doesn't have, like, again, it's like 1340 I think, so it's going to take him a while to get it, to replace it, if he does like go through with it kind of thing. So that's kind of my advice, that I feel like a lot of players kind of like it seems kind of like one of those things where like to some people are like, oh well, that's obvious, but it's kind of a thought that a lot of players when they play games, they don't tend to like plan things out too much, because you know most people play games to chillax. They don't play games to fucking figure out and like spreadsheet and like, you know, do like a 6-month plan for when they want to, like, for how they want to like play their account. So, but stuff like that is really easy ways to kind of like give your account like a goal that it can work towards, while also kind of not causing you to go through too much material all at once. Because unless you're an account like mine that has a lot of material saved up, or you have a good chunk of gold, so like I have, like if I was in his shoes, it wouldn't have affected me much, because I have like, I currently have 63k gold because I just got some now from the gold portal. So like that would be fine. But if you're struggling for gold, like you definitely want to like do things one at a time. Like find out what classes you want to do, where you want to get them, look at the order, and then kind of like figure out an order that you want to do them in, which generally, you know, the lowest one, you kind of want to get that one done first, because that one will be easier to do. Oh shit, there's a lot of lag there for a second. And then work for it, because so like for instance, that example, getting a fresh alt to tier 3 to get him to 1325. I feel like it's even more obvious to do that first, because then you can then turn around on that character and then do a Reha normal, like the first one, to get that first, like I think it's like 600 gold. So then you have 600 extra gold for that other character. So that's kind of just I think that's something that people kind of don't think about, that then kind of leaves them in a spot where they have 2 incomplete characters that they can't build, instead of having 1 character built and 1 character that they're slowly working on, kind of thing. Because it's, you know, it's the whole thing. You spread yourself too thin and then nothing gets done, kind of thing, right? So kind of like focus on a character, be like, find a goal for that character and then go for it. Like for instance, for me, like I can just give a personal example. Currently all my characters except for the scrapper is in a situation where I don't plan on owning them. The scrapper is, I plan on trying to get her to 1400, and then I'm just going to leave her at 1400, and then nobody's getting pushed until the destroyer is caught up to my scrapper. Well, actually no, until the destroyer is 1415. I don't plan on pushing anybody else, because it takes so much that even with the amount of gold I have, like that's probably gonna take like I don't plan on brute forcing him, but doing that many hones in 1 week is gonna hurt, because I think I have enough gold to get him to 1370 in 1 week. I just don't have the materials, so it's still gonna take me a little bit, but it's gonna cost a shit ton. Because that's the other thing people don't realize. It takes a long time to recoup the gold you spend when you try to push a character really far all at once, especially for new characters. Which is why I think pre-planning, especially if you want to do a new character, kind of helps. Even if it's a character you're like, man, I really want to try it, but I don't know if I want to main it, just save gold. Like, just save up the materials, because materials don't expire. Gold doesn't expire. Well, the books kind of expire, right? Like that's the only caveat, right? Would be the books are, you know, you kind of can't save like the Guardian Raid event books. Like those are gonna be gone. I'm assuming they'll probably be replaced by whatever new event is coming. But you know, we didn't get any books from the Arc Pass, and like so far the only books we've gotten have come from the Grand Naruni racing, and then the Guardian Raid event. The Naruni racing ones have already expired. The Guardian Raid event one they'll expire in about 2 weeks. So you know, you can't hoard those. So maybe, you know, those could give you a little leeway to be like, well, I don't want to lose those, so I'm gonna use them now. I guess I am slightly lying about not pushing anything but the scrapper. The Glaver, I'm like, basically I'm taking the books from the Guardian Raid event, and then I'm like using the books on my Glaver, and then as soon as she's like done using all the books, like she's done getting pushed for the week. It's not like my, I guess the biggest reason I say nothing gets pushed is because my scrapper, I'm literally constantly every day trying to see if I can tap her stuff to plus her like the armors that she had left to get her to 1400. So for me, that's like my definition of pushing is, you know, if I'm constantly trying to like build a character all at once to just constantly throughout a week to get them built. If I'm not doing that, I don't really consider myself pushing like a character or honing a character like at all. So I guess that kind of just comes down to like personal definition on like how to do stuff. But that's kind of just how I'm doing it. I don't feel like there's really a singular right way of doing it. I do feel like there's a wrong way of doing it, which is like going, I want these 3 characters all to be 1370, and then you're trying to do it all at the same time. I feel like is not the way to go about it. I feel like if you have multiple characters and you want to get multiple of them to like relatively high item level, you should really kind of plan out the order and do them one at a time, like funnel everybody else's math to that one character. Because I do know, I have seen people that they don't like that. They don't like that they have to like plan it out, and that, you know, like I can't have 3 characters and they can't generate enough of their own materials and stuff so that they can hone themselves at the same rate, because there's going to be overlap even in just like fusion materials, right? So I've seen a lot of people that don't like that, and unfortunately that's just the core mechanic for how honing works. Is there's going to be a lot, like, you know, you can tell that from the ground up this game was kind of designed on the honing side of things to be that you focus on one character to a certain point, and then once you're content with that character, you then work on another character, because you just funnel materials into the characters. A lot of people don't like that. I can understand that. I can understand people not liking it. Even in like MMOs, it's kind of, I guess you could say, a newish way of doing things, because while you can kind of do it in Final Fantasy 14, at the same point 14 is still a little different because you're also doing everything on one character. World of Warcraft, I think, is probably the closest one that had a system like that in the crafting, where you can't have all the crafters on one character. So a lot of people, especially if they rated somewhat, I guess, to like, if you at least did like heroic level rating, where you try to get to heroic in like the first week or two, especially if you're doing mythic level stuff, you're gonna have multiple characters, just for the fact that you're probably going to have like a designated alchemist who has like herbalism and alchemy, and then you probably have like a dedicated like jewel crafter who'll have like mining and like, you know, jewel crafting and stuff like that, or like an inscriptionist or something like that, since you can't have everything on one character. So that's probably like the closest to what we have to like how this game plays with funneling, basically. And even then, that's still a very, very loose connection. I wouldn't even take that. I barely take it seriously myself. I wonder, that might sell. I've seen people using disrespect a lot. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. And I have preemptive strike already, so I don't need that. And then that's garbage. That's garbage. Garbaggio. Alright. So far the runs today haven't been looking very good for stuff to sell. We lucked out on that cube run, as short as it was, funnily enough. We got 2 books out of it on the striker that net us about like 60 goldish. Pretty good for a cube run that technically failed. Also, probably a little tack on to the whole funneling. Gems is another one where you kind of want to focus on one character at a time. So like, for instance, right now I'm trying to get my Glaver in level 5 gems. So what I've been doing is I have been funneling gems from my Deadeye and my Berserker over to the Glaver. My Scrapper's gems are kind of off limits because she has a decent stockpile saved up for the Destroyer, and then like anything she keeps generating after will still be for the Destroyer, but gems are kind of a big deal. You can make do with high level tier 2 gems, because Level 7, level 8 tier 2 gems will hold you over until I think like level 6, level 7, maybe even level 8 tier 3 gems, depending on like what it is or how important that ability is to have like that specific gem. So like, you know, a damage ability having a high damage percentage gem is good. A buff ability having a high cooldown percentage gem is good. That kind of stuff. They can really help with the flow of a class. So, but that's definitely something. I don't know why I always do this. Every time I'm like, oh, I need to put tripod skill on, I go to like the honing vendor. It'll definitely speed it up because like it'll still take a while. So like say you have like for instance in my case, I want to get level 5 gems on the Glaver and the Berserker for their abilities, for like their main abilities to get done. It's still going to take me the same amount of time to get both of them to a full set of level 5s. But if I focus on one character, that character will get their level 5 gems faster than if I split my attention. So that it kind of ties back to you focus on one character, so that way you have one complete character, and then once that character is built to where you want them, you then funnel those materials and gems to the character you were funneling away from. Like it's kind of like if you start looking at this game, you start realizing, this is kind of where I talk about it, you start realizing that a lot of this stuff kind of connects, and you can kind of see the design philosophy they were going for in how alts, you know, work in this game. Again, some people won't like that. Perfectly understandable. It's, to be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with disagreeing with how people do something, or with how a game works, so to speak. But I don't think calling a game bad because of that is very fair. Oh shit. Hold up. If I go and I aid that research on one more character, I'll be done with that level 3. So I'm just gonna do that real quick before doing this cube run. But because like I've seen a lot of people call like Lost Ark a bad game simply because they don't like certain stuff. Like for instance, there's a lot of people that don't like that they can't keep up on one character with someone like me who has like 4 alts. Even if one of the alts is in tier 2. But to be honest, that's not a very, like, you know, I understand you don't like alts, but feeling like you should keep up with someone who does like alts, or they have themselves play alts. So just because you don't like making alts, and being, because like I've seen a lot of people going, what is it? It's like what was it? I saw it was on Reddit, and I think they were saying something along the lines where it's like they thought that like you shouldn't be able to hone more than one I don't remember. It was such a stupid suggestion that I went like, how the fuck did you write that? Without at any point going, man, this is dumb. Because like, one thing is if you don't like playing alts and you don't want to play alts, fine. That's on you. That's a personal choice. There's no right or wrong about it. I'm not going to tell you that you shouldn't. I'm not going to tell you you're stupid for not doing it, because that's a personal choice. You don't want to play alts? Don't play alts. Problem solved. But that doesn't give you the right to then be like, well, we should restrict people who do like to play alts. Like, no, we shouldn't. There should be, you know, your time should be rewarded. You know, if you put in the time to build multiple alts, you should be rewarded in the fact that they can generate more materials for a main. It's just how it is. Like, for instance, after I'm done honing on the Scrapper, she's going to be doing 1400 Chaos Gate. That's going to generate quite a bit more materials than 1340. Because even then, like, 1385 generates enough materials that I usually don't dip into the materials that are getting built up by my alts. So like, you know, it's like you get quite a bit amount from Chaos Dungeons if you kind of just only hone like however much you actually get. You do get a good chunk of materials. It's just that I feel like since people can see that they can continue honing, they get annoyed that they can't continue honing. Because like something that would be really helpful right now would be having another character at 1370. Specifically because they'd be able to generate more. I'd be able to generate more unbound Great Honor Leap Stones. That would be very helpful. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I'll save those. But at the same time, I don't think it, like, the bonus from it is even to the gold cost that it would take to push either the Glaver or the Berserker up to 1325 right now. So that's kind of how I look at it, which is why I only have the Scrapper at above 1370 or 1340. Sorry, not 1325. The part of that is probably also due to the fact that, again, I plan on getting Destroyer, like pushing it as hard as I can as soon as it comes out in like 2 weeks, hopefully. So I feel like if I didn't have that so close, I'd probably be more open to the idea of having like pushing, say, like the Glaver to 1370 or something like that, or the or even the Berserker. But so that's also going to be kind of on personal, like your personal state. So like I have one friend who's waiting for Reaper and another friend who's waiting for Scouter, neither of which have been confirmed when they're going to be released. I do know a lot of people are looking at the Proving Ground video that had the icon, the class icon for Reaper and for whatchamacallit, for Summoner in it, and taking that as confirmation that they're like the next class. Basing your expectations on speculation is never a good idea on any game whatsoever. That's like #1 way of setting yourself up for disappointment, and then becoming irrationally mad when stuff doesn't get announced the way you thought it was going to. But you know, basically, if you're in that situation where you're waiting for a class and you don't know when it's coming out, it's probably a pretty safe choice to kind of like slowly build like a character higher and higher. So maybe you go like, you know, I want to build this one character to like 1385, put that character to 1385, arc him at 1385, then you know, when you have an alt, then level that alt to 1340, and then maybe level another alt to 1340, and then you go, you know, I don't want to level another alt. You know, maybe you're comfortable with having the 3 characters you have. Well, then you slowly build that first 1340 or the second one that you did up to 1370 or 1385. So that way you have 2 1385 characters. Then you turn around and you do that to the third one. And then you wait, and then depending on, like, you know, as you're doing this, you just pay attention to the updates and the news, and you wait and see, and if they, you know, by the time you've gotten an alt, the second alt to 1385, if they still haven't announced the class you're waiting for, I'd suggest probably, you know, do that third alt to 1385. If by that they still haven't done it, then think about pushing that first character you built to 1400 or 1415, depending on, in this case, because, you know, with Volton coming out like this month, like that kind of thing. Like that's kind of like it's not fun. Don't get me wrong. Like even me personally saying it, I'm like, man, that sounds like that sounds like it sucks. But unfortunately, if you are waiting for a class to come out, whether you played it in the Russian server or you've seen videos and you think it's really cool, that's kind of just the way you have to play right now. Is you have to be, you have to kind of take it slow and kind of just go at a pace that when the class does come out, you are in a position that you can, like, at the very least, get them to like 1370 on the first day, so they can at least get, you know, their legendary armor set in that first week, or most of it in that first week. Ooh, this is a bad room for Berserker. This is a bad room for Berserker because you use your basic attacks a lot. You have long cooldowns. But yeah, and so that's kind of just how you have to like play with things. It's not fun, like, That's why I really hope that after Volton, instead of like being hardcore, like, hey, we have to release like Vieques, like, I hope they kind of like go, you know what, we should release like a bunch of classes that we're still like haven't released yet. So because it's hard to like restart after getting like your relic set built, from what I understand. And while it would suck to have to wait longer to get a relic set going, because there's a good chunk of classes that just don't work very well without like the relic set, from what I understand. But I think like most classes, they're just like in a I think in Korea, like all classes are considered like in a unfinished state until they get a full relic set going. What that also means is that the longer it takes to for us to be able to have a full relic set in our version, the more time players have to try out new classes and decide if that's the class that people want, like they want to main. Because without that, it's a lot of investment to kind of like build the relic stuff on those characters, and you have to. I think it takes. Like, I don't even think you get enough materials in the first week to get a piece of relic gear with like even, and this isn't a like, oh well, you would be able to with more, you know, more Legion raids, because unless they change it, Volton and Vieques have two different materials that they use, that they give players. So it's not even something like, oh well, having two Legion raids means you can do it twice as fast. The only way you can do it faster is if you're doing hard mode Volton like day one, which the amount of people that will probably be able to do that like game wide is probably like 1% of the total game population. Like, there's not going to be a lot of people doing like hard Volton day one. I know I saw a lot of people being like, oh, you should push to 1445 to do Volton hard mode right off the bat. But first of all, unless you've literally only been focusing on like one character, because I think Cannon recently, like free to play or whatever, got his striker, I think, to 1490 or something. But then again, Cannon is also one of those people who I think if I'm mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but Cannon plays on the Korean server, or he used to before he played on our server. If I'm not mistaken. That means he has at least a decent chunk of experience more than the average player, who's probably either A, only just picked it up now, because either they just learned about it, or B, they you know, they've researched about it and they've looked into the game and stuff like that. But theory hardly ever pans out to practice. Like, I researched a lot about the game and I was still so fucking lost on how to do some stuff when I first picked it up. So there's a lot of times you just gotta, until you put a stick to metal, as they would have said in back when I was doing welding, you really have no idea how like something's gonna work out. So it's just like, have it, you know, now, like, I'm pretty sure if I could go back in time to when our Western version released, with like the experience I have now, I would definitely be further ahead. Like, I'd probably be working on getting my scrapper to 1415 instead of 1400 this week, or even higher, because I would have understood things better. But you know, since I didn't and I can't, I am at 1400. I also don't think that like Volton, being able to do Volton day one, like 1445, gives you an enormous advantage. Like, there's no denying that. Just the sheer amount of relic accessories you're going to get in comparison, relic ability stones, being able to build your relic stuff, being able to do the higher chaos dungeons so you can get like +4s for tripod levels. There's a huge boost in gold there that that you can't deny it being advantageous to be there day one. Even normal Volton being there day one is really advantageous as to players. Like, not just like like free to play or anything. Like just if you're able to do normal vault in day one, it's a pretty big boost. Because also from what I understand, Vultan's legendary set is a lot better than the Argo set, or a lot stronger, at least is what they said. Or at least I think that's what I've heard. I don't know. Again, first, I've only played in the Western region. I've never played in the other ones. But you know, it's a big boost because you know because it's not just Vultan when you're doing Vultan normal, right? You have Vultan, you have Descaluda, you have the 14-15 Chaos Dungeon. Like there's a lot of stuff attached to 14-15 where you know the longer you take to get there, kind of like I guess the more you can miss out. It's gonna be like probably a smaller, a less intense version of if you made it to tier 3 before the bubble collapsed for materials and stuff like that. Because that was the reason like a lot of us made gold when we got to tier 3 was because all the whales were still trying to get to like 1445 or 1490, and they were buying like fresh, like way overpriced gold cost for the materials, and so that's how a lot of us like a lot of us who we just made it to tier 3, we just sold all of our shit and made like 50 grand easy before it collapsed. Like I made like being there like 2 weeks before the bubble collapsed made it so that I could I basically generated like 50,000 gold in like the 2 weeks I was there before it collapsed. Granted, the amount of gold I've made after it collapsed has eclipsed the amount of gold I made before it collapsed. Like this is kind of the point I'm getting at, is that while you know there is an advantage there, I think the advantage that people are giving it, they're overestimating how much of an advantage it gives you in the long run. Because at the end of the day, things like gems and like good like legendary skill books and even good purple skill books of random good accessories and random good ability stones are still going to make you a lot of gold. They're still going to make you a good amount of gold. So I think if you're not the type of person who likes to push and be super bleeding edge, you kind of just accept that you're not going to be super bleeding edge, and then you kind of just play the game at your own pace. Because I think games are the most fun when you find a pace that you like to play them at, and then you just stick to it. Alright, we're gonna see if this all-out attack disrespect stone can go for anything. If it's even going for like 50 gold, I'm good. I'll sell it. I'll try to sell it. Because that 50 gold is worth more than the powder that it'll give me. Alright. Engraving effect. So we have all-out attack. And disrespect, I think, was the other one, yeah? Yeah, disrespect. I don't have high hopes for it to go for... Oh. Maybe that's why I've been seeing more people running with it. Never mind. I will take the powder, thank you very much. Even though I think I can buy 2 purple stones. So. But that is the other thing is... in case you don't know, because... To be honest, like I found out to like even to like up to last week, there's people in tier 3 who don't know that the powders that you get for dismantling stones, you can trade in at certain quantities for more stones. It's a decent way to try to like really gamble for stones to sell. Just a thought. Like this kind of ties back to people who don't like a lot of times people make gold either because they're A, too lazy to do the extra steps of the people that do make gold, or B, they just don't know how to make the gold. And this is one of the ways you can kind of make gold is you take your powders, you save up even on like characters that already have an ability stone where they don't need a new one. You save up that powder on that character, and then you take that character, you buy the new stones on him, and then you try to see if any of the stones roll good engravings. The chances of you getting a sellable stone that'll sell for anything worth selling for is relatively low, but I feel like that's just how it is for ability stones in general. But also I don't know why I teleported back. I had to go to the guild shop vendor anyway. It doesn't cost you anything, right? You are passively generating chaos, this dust, as you're doing your chaos dungeons and doing your guardian raids, right? So it literally costs you nothing, even on characters that have ability stones that you don't plan on replacing or you don't need a replacement for. It costs you nothing to roll that dust to try to get to try to see if you can get a better ability stone, and if you don't, then you just dismantle them and get the dust back, or get some dust back. You won't get the full amount back. And if you do, then you sell it. Just easy peasy. So that's kind of how it is. Okay, so the only thing that does, all right, so the only thing Guild Shop level 3 does is let you buy Great Honors. But now that means I can build Great Honors on all of the characters that are in, well, yeah, no, on all the characters on tier 3. So that way they can get ready. Let's see, so that's a 12 out of 50, that's a 26 out of 50. Did I do fishing on this guy? Yes, I did. There has to be some extra people. I don't think I did fishing on the Glaver. I know I've done fishing on the Scrapper. I think I've done fishing twice on the Scrapper, actually. I don't think actually, no, I think I did do it on the Glaver the other day. I think I did, which means I'm going to have a good chunk of fishing to do off stream before raid. Well, before I try to do Argos. I don't even know if we'll do Argos this week. I mean, I'd like to do Argos. I'm missing just a couple bloods to finish getting the 5-piece for the preordained set for the 25% crit, but yeah. I was trying to like move Argos to the weekend to try to see if it would line up with more stuff for like more of the people I do it with, but unfortunately the first weekend it didn't pan out because, well, by weekend I mean like Saturday. It didn't pan out because one of the guys had something he had planned like in advance to do on the weekend, so didn't really work out. But this week is a new week and we can try again. Oh no, I haven't done fishing on this character. Yeah, fuck yeah. Oh wait, no, I don't need to do this. And then, but so we got Cube, which she's gonna have to do tier 3 Cube because she doesn't have any tier 2 tickets. Because my Glaver wasn't even a full, like, didn't even stay in tier 2 for 24 hours. Like, I had her in tier 3 in like one day, or not even one day, like a couple of hours, and then she went and did Punica. So she didn't even have a chance to build up tier 2 tickets for me to be like lazy on. I could burn one of these for a tier 2 Cube ticket. Like, that's how much I don't like doing Cube, is that I'm willing to give myself the excuse to burn the selection box for a tier 2 ticket on a tier 3 character, because I just don't like doing Cube. Is that? I'm thinking about saving that increased mass chaos cursed doll stone for like the Glaver herself, because she doesn't have a good stone still. But I know they're not selling for very good. Never mind. Because like trying to get anything on a Glaver that's not super overpriced is a fucking nightmare. And it'll be like that for a while because she is like the new class, right? She is the new class. Oh. 90 gold and like 6 peons? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. Because the issue is like, alright, so increased mass curse doll isn't a bad stone. But the problem is, and watch me break these 2 stones here in a second. But the problem is that increased mass and cursed doll are on the same like ability multiplier. So that means that you get less benefits from running them together than if you ran, say, like Keen Blunt Cursed Doll. Shit. Shit. This stone's basically over. Because I need, well, I mean, not necessarily. I think I could work with like a 5-6 stone. Or like if I can get like 7 on this. No, I'll probably get 6 because I'll probably fail. At least 1 along the way. Yeah. Yeah, see, like, it's not the worst. I could probably still make a 4-6 work. Actually, no, I won't. That'd still make it really expensive. Because I'm trying to get a 6-6 stone. Because, are you shitting me right now, dude? Look at this shit. 75%, 2 failures, like right off the. This stone's basically just bricked already. Like there's no saving this stone. This has been my luck for ability stones for like the past fucking week on like almost all my characters. Is 75, 75, 65. I'm pretty sure this was a 65. Like, yeah, no, that stone's already gone. There's no saving that stone. This stone might be usable. It'll still make it expensive. Because, so like, the problem, right, with the biggest reason why Glaver is so expensive to build is, actually, you know what, I'll just cut this one because we're here anyway, is almost everything they use requires you to get level 3 of that engraving. So, like, Keen Blunt, level 3. Increase Mass, level 3. Grudge, level 3. I should have fucking gone bottom. Oh well. Like, this will at least be. I'll hold on to this stone because that'll be usable for 2-2. Make it easy to build. I only need 8 on that. But like basically everything they need to run is at level 3, and then everything they can run is super fucking expensive. So most other like classes have at least their class engraving, and then like a 1 DPS engraving that's kind of cheap, right? Kind of cheap. I'm not gonna say like super cheap, but kind of cheap. Like for instance, they usually have like Adrenaline, or they have like Ambush Master. To be honest, it should be increased mass for this character. But the issue is that everybody knows that most Glavers run increased mass because the popular build is spec swiftness. So if it drops anything like increased mass to anything for them, well, not necessarily now. Actually, now looking at it, like the prices have dropped quite a bit. But it was like, so like, let's look. This is like increased mass Keen Blunt, which is kind of like the stone you really want. The prices have dropped a lot. Last time I looked at this last week, the cheapest stone was going for like 300 gold for the buy now price. So the fact that it's like half that is great in my opinion. Because this is kind of what you want to run. Like Keen, I mean, that was like Keen Blunt Cursed Doll, right? Like it wasn't even that good of a stone. Like it was like 300, like 280, 300, somewhere around there. That's a lot of gold. For the increased mass one, this one's like super fucking expensive. Oh wait, no, this is one I just bought, right? Yeah, this one used to be really expensive. The fact that it tanked so hard surprises me. Because the point is it used to be so expensive that I'm gonna buy a couple more. That like when I was comparing the prices, you would spend just as much gold, or the price of the purple stones was close enough to the price of the legendary stones that you would be better off waiting to get your character to 1370 and then buying a purple stone or legendary stone. And Jesus Christ, are you bruh, Are you shitting me right now? Like, what is this? What is this luck today? Holy shit. I thought my luck was doing alright, but no. Apparently my luck got just destroyed by that stupid fucking cube ticket. This is the other reason I haven't built anything on this character, because she just keeps failing everything by a terrible amount. That stone's done for. Because basically, the cheapest way to build is... Are you shitting me right now? Is this just going to be a fucking repeat? The cheapest way to build a Glaver is to go for... Get a 6/6 stone. And... fuck off. Are you fucking serious? Dude. We're done with ability stone cutting today. Like, that's like, I should have just stopped while I was ahead earlier with these two fucking stones, but like I wanted to try it because those two stones were cheapish. But basically, the only way you can really build a Glaver without costing an arm and a leg, especially on accessories, because accessories is probably where you'll end up spending the most money, is in the battle engraving side of things. So like, well, actually, I'll have to check, but before, when I was looking at legendary accessories that would come with either pinnacle, keen blunt, pinnacle, increased mass, like basically pinnacle anything, the accessory, like the one accessory at like 50 quality was like 400 gold. I don't know what it is now, because, you know, people have had like a week, you know, to build their Glavers, take them to 1370, do the chaos, or like not the chaos dungeons, the Argos and the Abyss dungeons and all that kind of stuff. So I imagine it's probably brought the price down a decent amount, but it's still probably kind of expensive. So like, the cheapest way to do it is you get a 6/6 stone. So what I'm trying to get is increased mass keen blunt 6/6, or maybe like keen blunt cursed doll 6/6, and then use 2 purple engravings to get that to 15. And then just farm my own specialization accessories with +3 of pinnacle. That's gonna be like the cheapest way to do it, because then all you're really spending money on is the ability stones, because you can use the guardian raid event plus the login reward to get 2 purple battle engravings. Because in case you don't know, on the 23rd day we get 10 purple battle engraving books for the pouches for the login reward for this month. And then for the Guardian Raid event, this is the first week, and then we have it for 2 more weeks. That's 3 weeks of 10 10 purple battle engraving books. Well, 10 green, blue, and purple battle engraving books that you can save up. And so combined, that gives you 40. So that's 2 purple battle engravings you can get to purple. So, and without it costing you anything, just from doing just stuff you would do in game anyway. And then with Argos and Oreja, you're guaranteed to get at least one of your class engravings on. Let's try Cursed Doll for the first search. Level 3. Look at this. This is kind of what I was talking about. Granted, these are like really good quality earrings, but so Cursed Doll Pinnacle, which is what I'm running, are going for 10,000 to 11,000 gold. I'm pretty sure the rest are just going to be the same price. Let's see. Cursed Doll Grudge is probably going to be super expensive, or Pinnacle Grudges. Oh, Pinnacle Grudge is actually cheaper. Oh, all right. I forget that like in the West, Grudge isn't that popular. I mean, but you're still going like 1.2k as the cheapest, and even then it spikes up really quickly to 9,000. It's just accessory wise, not getting 6/6 is gonna hurt on your ability stone, is gonna hurt you so much gold cost wise, because you also have to remember it's 2,000 golds for the accessory, and then it's 15 peons on top of that. Like, you have to be very, very selective about what you want to do. So that's why I suggest go for the ability stones. Get a 6/6 ability stone on your Glaver. For the 2 battle engravings you want, if they're gonna be like meta battle engravings. And then get your 2+9 books for that those 2 battle engravings, and then just farm your own class engraving accessories. The only one you might have to pay for, you might have to buy, is maybe the necklace, which will be kind of expensive. But you can like go for the necklace, unless you get like lucky and say you get like one with the 2 stats you need, because that's the issue with necklaces, right? Is you need both stats to be good. And so I'm going spec swiftness, which is kind of like the more popular, like I think it's like slightly easier to play, with like level 3 control on it. And even one with a bad, well, actually no, see, yeah, they came down in price. Yeah, see, this is why you should like keep up, check on your prices to see how it is. Because here you can get, you know, a decent quality spec swiftness with +3 control for 14 gold, right? And I have a feeling that if I go down and I do, and we just like if we just look for spec, or not control, hold up, sorry, that was the wrong one. Let's look at that again. I don't know why my brain went, yeah, control. No, it's Pinnacle is what I'm playing. Because the problem is, if you're playing control, you're pretty set. All right, here we go. That's more like it. If you're playing control, you're fine. Because control is quote-unquote off meta, but it's perfectly viable of a build. And so everything's cheap. As you can see, like just getting a control +3 was like 14 gold. In comparison, something that has Pinnacle +3 and MP efficiency increase, for shit's sakes, at not even blue quality, is going for 2,000 gold as a buyout price. Like, just save yourself the money. Spend that money, spend that 2,000 gold on buying like 20 ability stones or something. Well, because like, again, also remember that legendary accessories, also cost you 15 peons, right? So you can take those 15 peons, buy 5 ability stones, and like, you know, say you gave yourself a budget of like 15 peons and like 2,000 gold, right? Let's say that. So you can buy 5 ability stones. So 2,000 divided by 5, you give yourself a budget of buying ability stones that cost up to 400 gold. You now have 5 chances to get a 6/6 stone. Hopefully, your luck is better than mine, because I took 5 chances, yeah, because I bought 2 stones. Well, I bought 4 stones, and then I had 1 stone in my bag that I cut. And hopefully out of those 5 stones, you can get a 6/6 or like a 6/5. So at most you might have to, you know, fit the bill on one of the accessories, instead of like multiple. And then you can just farm your own accessories for the class engravings. Because like, while Pinnacle does give you a pretty big boost, I think, if I'm mistaken, I don't think it gives you as big of a boost at like compared to getting like level 3 on like Keen Blunt and like first dollar Keen Blunt increased mass, or like Kern Blunt Grudge, like that kind of thing. Actually, I can probably just look.
You're back. I was
Uh
waiting for you. There are matters that need your approval. You can go check
oh,
them
it doesn't
in
tell
the
you what the
office.
number is. It just tells you that you get Flurry Focus 3, Flurry Focus 2, Flurry Focus 1. But basically, you could have a pretty decent chance, like in that, especially in that first week, especially if you're buying like the boxes, to just get that oh my god, there's so many of these stuff I can research now. To get like a 3/3 setup going. That's really like, that's probably like the cheapest way to do it. I really feel that this 51, 52, 53. I really feel like that's just kind of like the best way to do it, unless you're like a whale. Because that's the issue, is that right now, I think the reason that like accessories are going so high is that a lot of whales wanted to like swap to Glaver, and so they're swapping to Glaver, and in doing so, they're just dropping fat stacks of gold because they don't care, which then makes it harder for the rest of us to get to like buy stuff like accessories. off the auction house because we can't afford that, so we're not paying for it. But since there are people paying for it, i.e. the whales, in like mass quantities, the prices are going to stay at that price for a while. Hopefully when those, you know, because it's what happened to the materials, right? The reason materials were so expensive in that first like month or so of people getting to tier 3 is because there were still whales who were buying materials at exorbitant prices to push their characters to like 1415, 1445, that kind of stuff. And so unfortunately that is kind of like something that negatively affects us. Well, if negatively affects players who don't whale. Now, a lot of people think that that whales just prefer spending a lot of shit on, like a lot of gold on stuff, or like having to spend. No, if a whale can get like 10 times as much shit for the same money they spend, they'd obviously prefer that. It's just that a true blue whale also just doesn't care how much money he's spending. So that not caring tends to have a bit of an adverse effect on like free-to-play players or like lower spenders, because unfortunately that does drive up stuff. But at the same point is you could then just join the making gold, right? Which is what I did, you know. I saw how expensive it would be to buy materials when I got to tier 3, so I pushed to 1325. And then I just sold all my materials from then on for like 2 weeks, basically. Like my scrapper stayed at 1325 for about 2 weeks. It's just like, so while progression wise it'll have like an adverse effect on like free-to-play players, money wise it has a positive effect because you could just turn around and just sell your materials and make that gold. And then when materials tank in price, because when I was selling the materials, it was like 200, 300 gold for a stack of 10 or some shit like that. Like, it was a lot. Now it's like 15 gold for a stack of 10. You know, like, if you take advantage of it and you make money, so like, you know, if you get a glaver to 1370, instead of, if you get a good accessory, instead of like using it, you can just sell it if someone buys it. I will say though, like, people who are trying to sell like level 3 class engravings that have really shit like a second engraving on it, I don't know, like the whales aren't gonna buy that. They're not. They may not care about how much money they have to spend on something, but that doesn't mean they're stupid, right? That doesn't mean they're just gonna buy whatever. They're still gonna buy the stuff they know is good, you know. So you like that necklace that we just looked at, that was like 2,000 gold for spec swiftness with level 3 control, or level 3 pinnacle, and like level 3 MP efficiency, which you never run on like pretty much any class. Like, the chances of him actually selling that necklace are so low that I don't even know why you would waste your time putting it up, personally. Now, saying this, would I be willing to attempt to sell if like glaver accessories are still going like pretty high up in price? Yeah, probably, at least like once or twice. And if it does sell, cool, but the chances are nobody's probably gonna buy that shitty stuff, because with a little bit of patience, right, you can farm your own accessories, you know. You'll be able to, so like, because like after that first week for Oreja hard mode on that character, you don't make any more of the Oreja stuff unless you want to, right? Like, that's also a personal choice. If you just like the way it looks better, you can do the chosen set, which even then, that just means that you can use the well, actually I wouldn't suggest using the Argo stuff. The Argo stuff is kind of worth more to like dismantle than it is to try to trade for accessories after you don't need them, because they give you great honor leapstones. Like, I think it's like 2. I think they give you like 2 or 3 great honor leapstones per blood, while the Oreja one only gives you like I think it's only, well, not think, like it's only 1 great honor for the Oreja on the other hand. So if you wanted like to kind of like farm for accessories, then you want to use the Oreja content stuff, because you get less great honors out of them. But basically, you know, with a little bit of patience, you can get 3-3 for a lot cheaper than just buying accessories, especially at the current price for shit. Like, man, some, at least the stones have come down, right? Because like the stones are just generic battle engraving, so those were definitely not gonna stay high in price like for long. Because the point is that with battle engravings, the only like classes getting you the glaver battle engravings are other glavers, so they're gonna know what you want, so they're gonna sell it for a high price. Oh, cool. We can see the arrow here. So as here we can see that there's an arrow next to the level because I'm level 53, so I'm not, and I've been researching the level 53 stuff. Currently my bonus is up to 53.5%. And it can get up to 150%. So that means right now she is generating, like, she's basically getting 50+% more XP for doing that stuff. So that's amazing. And then I just roster leveled up, so I got 200 blue crystals for free, baby. Alright, I feel less annoyed at breaking 3 fucking stones today. I'm still annoyed that I break the 3 stones, don't get me wrong. I'm still pissed about that, but I feel a little less annoyed about it with all the bonuses and stuff. So yeah, so that's huge. That's gonna be huge for like new classes, like I was saying earlier, where researching those buffs. Again, I don't quite know what allows you to research them. Looking at the I guess I'd have to go back and I'd have to look at the very first ones, see what the requirements for those were, because the second and third levels like just said that you had to have the first level done, researched, but there has to be an extra thing attached to there, because if it was just getting like to that level, I would have been able to level up faster. Also, the game is a little, I don't think it's lag. I think is my computer struck a blessing a little bit? Maybe. I don't know, it feels jittery to me now being on the glaver that it wasn't. Oh, I could also just be the server. I don't know, it feels jittery to me right now, which it wasn't jittery like doing anything else on any of the other classes I was leveling on and doing all my like the chaos engines on. So I wonder if it's, but also maybe we went back to being busy. That's also a possibility. I don't know. All I know is I don't like it. It also could just be this map. I don't know why that first room for this one, when I get that like Punica map one, shit, good reach. Usually I get like choppy. It gets a little choppy. No, I think it might just be the server or something. I don't think it's my internet because I'm looking at my ping and it's still at 32. Like it's not spiking at all. I don't think it's that. Granted, I got a little bit of it earlier, like we could see it. It was kind of like not cooperating, or I wouldn't say not cooperating. It was lagging a little bit. And then now it's like it's not even like lag. It just feels choppy. Don't like it. I know like it. But to be honest, I don't like. I have no idea where I'd even start to try to figure that out. I guess maybe I could look and see if anything's pulling too much resources on the computer. Do I have anything open I don't usually have? Nope. Everything that is open is usually what is open at this while I'm streaming. Okay. Come on. Spawn the boss. I don't know what it is. Sometimes like it feels like the boss spawns instantly, and then other times it feels like it takes 3 years for the boss to spawn. Woo! That could have gone poorly there. I'm not gonna lie. I threw that a little too early, and he did his charge attack. Like he was rearing up the charge attack after. That could have I could have completely whiffed that awakening, and that would have sucked. That would have sucked a lot. But it's alright. Like, I'm starting to realize that that Gungnir Spear move deals a lot of damage very quickly. Oh, this the guy takes like 3 years. Well, he's not the worst offender. He takes like a year and a half to be targetable. He's not as bad as the dragons. The dragons are the ones that take like so much to go. Cause like, and the point is that their animation for when they're like targetable is like the same animation as their weird little, like it's the same little shake that they have while they're doing their weird like roaring things. That I'm kind of just like, what? Like, why? But it is what it is. The other bad ones is the big zombie dudes with a big claymore. Not like the skeleton. Not like the skeleton dude. No. Like the actual like zombie looking guy that like who's running around with like the Madnik sword. But he takes like 5 years to pull himself out of the ground, and you're just like, do you need some help? Like, or it's like, can I just like kill you while you're doing that? Because you know, I'm just gonna put you right back in the ground right after. So I don't really, you don't need to strain yourself too much. I could just kill you while you're doing it, right? Like, you know. But that's what it is. I mean, I just don't like it because it kind of like fucks with the tempo for when you're doing it, because you're sitting waiting for them to be targetable to hit him with that big move. Yeah, the chances of being able to get that last ripcord are pretty slim. Yep. Alright, yep, we did both. That's pretty good. Oh, no wonder. I wonder why I felt like I was going through it too fast. I forgot to do the Una daily task first. We'll do the cube first, then we'll do the Una daily tasks, and then after that we will go to Unica to fish. And I think I might have enough time to do the scrappers, like chaos dungeons, before I need to go over to the adventure isle and before wrapping up stream. So we kind of we'll see how that kind of pans out. Because to be honest, like, if I didn't, I've basically discovered that if I don't do my adventure island at the very end of the stream, I tend to not be able to make it to the other times after, because I just do either get caught up in whatever I'm doing and I forget, or like today I have like I'm gonna try to raid like after, so I need to eat dinner in time to be able to raid. If I don't eat dinner too late. So really, honestly, if I don't get it done now, I'm just gonna forget later. And since I plan on spending a bunch of pirate coins here in a second, well, later today, I kind of would like some to make. All right, yeah, I don't think I need any of it. Well, I'll still look just in case. I don't think anything. Well, first of all, the main stat's garbage, so that's kind of just whatever. Current expertise. Yeah, it doesn't look like. Does not look like today is a good day for making gold. All right, we'll do this. Hopefully, this can doesn't take too terribly long, because I'd still like to get the fishing done today, or like on stream, because this is the last character to who needs to get the fishing done at least once for the bloodstones. which she's gonna need if she wants to go buy some great honors for later. And I think she hasn't emptied out her shop completely for bloodstones, so that's going to be pretty good to have done. Oh, I think the Deathblade is using the noble banquet weapons. To be honest, like, Preemptive Strike is kind of bad to use in Cube because the chances of you being able to hit something at full health is relatively low as things start really going. But at least bringing your actual like skill build for Chaos Dungeon is definitely a smart way to go, because more often than not it's gonna be a lot of little shit that you have to kill. This is what I don't like about Cube Dungeon though. The stupid shit like the magical burning that you can get, and then like the poison stuff where it's just there to just artificially make your life more difficult is so annoying. This is one of the main reasons I just don't like Cube, because you get random shit from time to time. It's just annoying. And then if you get really unlucky, you get like a bunch of bomb rooms back to back, and that becomes annoying. And I don't know. I think the moral of the story is that Cube annoys the shit out of Marshmallow. Kind of the moral of the story here. But all right, we got the silver chest. That's all I really care about. So I no longer care if we actually clear this or not. Personally. You know, I'd feel kind of bad. Like, I'm not gonna, like, purposefully tank it or anything, but I'm not gonna complain too much. To be honest, the thing with Cube is I feel like, you know, they'd have to do it for the bonus modifiers too, right? Which wouldn't make sense with how the fact that there's an immunity bonus that you can get, but like the fact that, so for instance, when for the bleed and the poison one, it only affects us, right? Like if they made those also affect the monsters you're fighting, I think I'd get less annoyed by them. But again, then they'd have to do it for the like, well, they wouldn't have to. Like, to be honest, they could just be like, all right, the negative modifier stuff like affects everybody in the room, not just like the players, kind of thing. And I think most people wouldn't complain. And then they just leave like the bonus, the good effects to only affect the players. I don't think anybody would complain about that, but something tells me they wouldn't do that. Oh shit, this one's even worse. This one's a 200% win. Oh shit, no. Oh no, no. You guys have fucking huge AoEs, and all they deal is fucking physical damage. I don't remember if this room has the, like, invisible rock guy, or not this room, but if this cube has the invisible rock guys or not. Because that room's kind of annoying. I wouldn't say it's as annoying as, like, bomb rooms, but it's definitely not high on my list of rooms that I like. And you might go, well, Mark, you just said you hate chaos or you don't like cubes, so would you even have like a favorite, like a room you like? Yeah, yeah, I like the boss rooms. I think if cube was just like something like, you know, just the regular mob rooms that lead you to a boss room, I think that would be pretty cool. But they're not. They're just random what you get, and so you can get boss rooms, you can get mob rooms. The room where like you can't see shit also sucks. Stuff. So you know, because the room like that's another room I don't like when you get like you get a room with like the small like spiders and shit, and then you also get like the blind debuff. Like that's fucking annoying. So I think it's less that I don't like cube, and I just find a lot of the modifiers and stuff just annoying to deal with compared to like boss rush. So it's kind of just like you're like, why didn't you just do this? And I feel like it's because like I get it, they're trying to add like, you know, they're trying to do the roguelite thing, but I think they severely underestimate what makes roguelites really fun for people, because like I enjoy roguelites. I've played a lot of them. I play all different kinds. Like I've played like I play Hades. I played a lot of Hades. Shit, what else? Okay, maybe not a whole lot, but I've played a good chunk of them. I played it like Vampire Survivors is kind of like that. I played Rogue Legacy, the first one. I've played Enter the Gungeon. Like I like those kinds of games, but there is something about them that I feel some developers like underestimate what it takes to actually make a good roguelite experience. So also this is kind of one of the rooms I was talking about that I really don't like. When it's just these small mobs and you just can't see. Alright, nice. At least we cleared it. Because those and bomb rooms tend to be the two rooms that I kind of like fail the most. Is those that it's like in, you know, a bunch of invisible shit, and then or not a bunch of invisible shit, but it's like you're blinded and then there's a lot of little shit like around it and stuff like that. Nice. But that was relatively quick and, well, quick-ish and painless. I think they took about like 10 minutes or something like that. But yeah, I feel like there's stuff they could do. I feel like maybe what they could do is it's like maybe instead of being completely random with like what bonus and negative modifiers you could get, what they could do is it could be like every cube like room type has its own kind of like reward, like buffs attached to it, and then like the team can vote on which one they want or something like that. I don't know. That's probably a little bit more work than they want to do to for a feature in the game that you don't do 24/7, right? Like you only really do like, I feel like most people are like me where we only really do cube ticket for the guild weekly, and then we just don't touch it again. I feel like that's how most people do cube. So that is a granted, but this is also the same company that wants to add a battle royale, a MOBA version, like all sorts of stuff to a Lost Ark for like, oh shit, what's this? Mother trucker. Oh well, you know, I'd been getting some useful, like good to sell legendary engraving books recently. I was kind of overdue for a shitty one, in all honesty. In all honesty, I was kind of overdue for a bad one. So, I'll take it. Alright. Also, you saw all those gems we had, and what came out of it was one level 5. on an ability that I don't use when I'm in my raid build. I'll probably reroll that a little bit. Again, I will say as a caveat, don't reroll your gems. It's a waste of silver. But I do not care. So therefore, I will reroll my gems because I don't plan on spending a lot of silver anytime soon. I still got like two weeks to spend the silver. So, oh sweet, I caught him while he was still spawning. Goodbye. That's rare. I've done this a lot, and I think that's the first time I've been here where someone just invites people, because that does make it a lot faster if you make a group of everybody there. But more often than not, it's so quick of a daily to be done. Most people won't even, they either won't accept the invite or they won't like even think about inviting players to their party. So yep, so that's kind of why that area tends to become more of like a war zone over who can get the mobs first rather than let's work together. So sorry, I was double checking because like I feel like there's something that's pulling more like resources than what it usually is. And I'm trying to make sure it's not that I had like something that's open that shouldn't be open or something open too many things. Actually, you know what it might be? I think no, it's not that. It might be time to do some spring cleaning on the PC side of things. You know, get cookies and delete cookies and stuff like that. Shit. I was hoping that tornado was big enough to catch that one off to the side. But it was not. The tornado has let me down. Tornado, you have let me down for the last time. Oh, yeah, I did do the guild. Okay. I was sitting here going like, did I do the guild login on this character? And then I'm like, yeah, duh. This is the character I like hopped over real quick to finish the research to get guild shop level 3. Like run now. What? Alright, that was weird. It's like it loaded me in and then like it's like alright, you're in the tavern. Alright, get out of my tavern kind of thing. I almost bought the skin, the Glaver weapon skin, the only one you can buy right now on the auction house. But I was like, can't dye it, and it doesn't really go with the dye that I have set for my Glaver, so I decided to forego it. Just let it be. This is why I don't know if I'm gonna buy the special package on the destroyer because like for me at least. So we look at the skins, right? So the weapon skin, 1496. I could afford that. I mean, to be honest, even if you're like someone who doesn't have a lot of gold, this is one character's weekly run of Oreja normal 1 and 2. Just do that, don't buy the boxes, and boom, you've paid for this. And remember, if it has three trade attempts left, you don't have to pay payouts for it. If it has 2 or less, you have to pay 10 payouts for it. So keep that in mind. But you know, I think besides that, I don't think a lot of people are selling the actual like. Oh, we can get the headpiece here. The headpiece isn't bad, to be honest. if I could dye it, well, first of all, it doesn't sit on your head all the way, so there's that. But if this was dyeable, which I don't think it is, no, it cannot be dyed. If it was dyeable, I'd probably buy it and then just re-dye it to match my my armor. But you know, 250 for the helmet. Nobody's selling the chest piece from what I can see. Doesn't seem people are selling the pants. Unless it's, oh, that's why. Okay, I didn't know it was a an all-in-one thing. Interesting. So yeah, so for like, also this was also super cheap. I don't think Destroyers is all-in-one though. I think Destroyers is in parts. I think it's like helmet, chest, pants, weapon. But basically, this is why I don't know if I'm gonna buy the special package for Destroyer next month, because it all kind of, hold up, something, I just realized that something is not working right. Huh. My OBS kind of fucked up a little bit. Give me a second. Please hold. I can't do it from that one. Here, anyway. Properties. I just realized that, I don't know when it did it, but it changed the picture that it was using. Not supposed to do that. It is not supposed to do that at all. Alright, why are you not working properly? Alright. Sorry, 1 second. Alright, there we go. I don't know why it like swapped pictures there. For a second, that was so fucking weird. I don't even know how long it was like that. I have to look over and figure it out. But basically, this is why I don't know if I'll buy the special package, because it's, for me, it's relative. Well, actually, I feel like for most people, it's relatively cheap. So even if you buy because I feel like what happened is a lot of people wanted the mount, well, probably wanted the untradeable weapon skin, because there in the special package for Glaver, there's an untradeable weapon skin and then a title, and then there's a tradable mount, and then there's the, you know, the special skin, which is permanent in the shop apparently. So it's not, you know, it's gonna be pretty cheap. Like even for, again, for like even for a player who doesn't have a lot of gold, it's 3,000 gold for the one piece and the weapon, and then another 300 for the headgear. All of which, you know, I'm looking at the ones that you don't have to spend pay-ons for. Even, I wonder if there's, to be honest, it's even cheaper because, so the graceful monkey skin set, the chest, yeah, okay, so this is a really big important thing, right? So as we were looking, the weapon individually is about 1,500, the headpiece is about 300, and then the one piece set is about another 1,500. So that's like 3,200 gold for the full set. You could buy it for 2.4k if you just bought the whole skin set box from the skin chest selection, if that's what you wanted. So that is a little trick that you have to be careful of, because sometimes people do that for to kind of like make some more gold. Is they'll like, or it'll just be people that are selling like parts they don't care for. Like I feel like a lot of people probably kept the weapon and the helmet, and then they just sold the actual like bodysuit. But basically, yeah, what I was getting at is I don't know if I'll buy the special package, because if I don't like what the special package is offering, oh wow, that actually transferred. Like for the untradeable stuff, then I can save that money and buy something else. So, shit. The one that I actually would have wanted for the quick prep didn't transfer. That makes me sad. Alright, so now we need to go to Punica so I can do my fishing real quick on this character. I don't know if I've done any on her. Alright, I did some. But it'll still take a bit. I'll probably still end up doing, I'll probably end up doing Phantom Wing on this character. Because it doesn't really matter what character I do Phantom Wing on, because nothing on it that's bound is gonna be... Oh, this one had 2 level 2s. Interesting. Okay. But that second level 2 is one that I don't have yet, I don't think. But yeah, I don't think there's anything bound from Phantom Wing that I would want to move over. Because we have... Because... Oh, no, I should... What is it? No, never mind. I think Phantom Wing is closest to Punica. I was thinking about how... I saw... Well, because I saw Lagoon Isle up there. And Lagoon Isle is closer to South Vern. So, if you have the South Vern port unlocked, and you're going to go to the Lagoon Isle, you're better off, like, going to South Vern and then going down to Lagoon Isle from there. But if I'm mistaken, I think Phantom Wing is actually closer to, Punica than it is South Vern. Or that, or they're at the very least, like, equidistant from each other, so it's not too big of a thing to go from one to the other. But I'll check when I go over to the fishing spot, just to double check. Because if it is closer to North Vern, then I need to swap over to the scrapper, like, in, like, a couple minutes, because I barely, with how long it took to get over here, I have barely enough time to do any of this. Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely closer to Putica than it is for South Vern. So we'll do whatever fishing we can now. And then at the 55, I'll go over to Phantom Wing and get us some pirate coins, and then after that, it'll kind of just like, oh wow, everybody's like split somewhat evenly here for this time. I'm gonna do Phantom Wing and wrap up the stream there. Hopefully we can get the sea bounty from Phantom Wing, as sea bounties have, I think there's a couple there's like 1 or 2 masterpieces in there that I don't have, so hopefully we could do that. Man, I will say though, there was like in my, like amongst my Discord stuff, we kind of had a bit of like a scare with the whole patch being yesterday thing, because one of the guys, like the first one who came across it, like kind of didn't fully read it, and he was like, oh shit, resets a day early. And I was like, well shit, that just ruins all of my plans that I had for this week for like procrastinating, because like guild weeklies weren't done, I still hadn't PvP'd enough to get to the next level, that kind of stuff, which I still need to do that, but I'll probably do it off stream after Argos, a couple matches, because it shouldn't take too many matches to get up there. Like that kind of stuff. But then like I went and I read it and I was like, nah, it's just a patch, dude. The reset is still on like Thursday. It's just this way people who they you know, now people have basically up until reset to actually do it. You know, they don't have until 12 p.m. Pacific to do their weekly stuff, which I feel like arguably could be better, but I doubt they'll actually like make that a regular one. In case you don't know why the patch was like early, like a day early for us, is because today is a holiday in Korea. I think it's like Children's Day, Child Day or whatever. And so they don't work on it. It's a holiday, so they gave us the patch the day early to get it done. Which I feel shows is probably a big, like the biggest indicator to everybody. Um, like who's really in charge of stuff for Lost Ark for our version, because a lot of people like to think that like Amazon is making a lot of decisions with stuff, but I think this kind of goes to show you that a lot of the power is still in Smilegate's hands if they're pushing a patch like a whole day early because of a holiday in their home country kind of thing. So it just shows you that like game file wise and stuff, like with patches and all that kind of stuff, Amazon probably has little to, well, they have a decent amount of say. I'm not gonna say little to no say, but they're not the ones in control of the patch, right? Like it's Smilegate who's making the patch and then giving it to them. Because I feel like a lot of people didn't really understand that. Like they don't understand what a publisher really is. Like, you know, they're not the author writing the book. They're just putting the book out there. And I know that's kind of that's a bit not a very good like example, because in books, some publications do have more control to and have more say in the matter than others. But I think for the most part nowadays, some of a lot of them don't. They're just like, you know, we'll give you advice, and then maybe they'll give them like an editor or something. But like the actual like publisher itself, they're just there to like print the book. Like, here's the book, buy it. So that's what a publisher does for games. They put it out, they localize that kind of stuff. They usually they're in charge of feedback. Like that's usually where a lot of the say that Amazon will have is like, well, this is the feedback we're getting, which is why, you know, even as an average player, I suggest like every once in a while going over to the forums. Maybe not necessarily Reddit. I don't know how much Reddit opinions weigh into it, seeing how there's an official forum with like official channels for like suggestions and stuff like that. But I would suggest probably going over to the forums every once in a while and seeing what people are saying. And if you don't agree with it, either like maybe like you don't have to write your own post, but you could put like a message on there saying like, I don't really agree with this kind of thing. Or if you do agree with it, like go in there and be like, yeah, yo, you have a good idea, that kind of thing. Because I'm pretty sure that's where Amazon is like probably getting a majority of their feedback. And the reason I say this is because before the ranked PvP came out, I remember seeing a video on YouTube. I don't think a lot of people watched it, but I remember seeing a video on YouTube of a guy who was like, I really hope we don't get the old MMR system, because the old MMR system is really bad compared to the new one that all the other regions use. Which shows me, well, first of all, actually, that shows me less that, oh, they don't look at anywhere else for feedback, and in some things they just don't pay attention to other people for feedback. Because from what I gathered from like the first week that ranked PvP was out, was if Amazon or even Smilegate had, well, primarily Amazon, because again, that's kind of their job, is to kind of give Smilegate the feedback from our region. If they had reached out to anybody that had any experience in PvP and asked them about like the MMR system, they probably like that person would probably have told them to tell Smilegate to not launch ranked PvP with the old system, which is a system we currently have. So it's just like, oh, is Lagoon? Wait, what island is the gold island today? Oh, Lagoon Island is the gold island. If you need gold, go do Lagoon Island in a wealth rune. What? Isn't that worse than it was like 2 days ago? Wasn't it like 10k like 2 days ago for you, for your queue? Oh, oh, you're guessing that it's 14k, because I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure last time you said it was like 10k. That's good. I do know, apparently I heard they like I think a friend of mine was saying that they might have undone the VPN thing that they were doing in attempts to like deal with bots. Oh, sick. Nice. Gotta love the zero Q life. Yeah, I don't usually get, like, we haven't had a queue on my server since the I'd say the first week of the official launch was when I had a queue on my server. When they opened it back up after doing the debacle of closing the server that they had originally announced they weren't closing, we had like I think I had like a 1 or 200 person queue, and then after that we didn't really have a queue. Though part of that was also because I spent like, there was a Google Doc going around like a week before launch where a lot of big guilds and like streamers were putting up like what server they were planning to go for, and me and another friend of mine were kind of like checking that stupid Google Doc every like hour leading up to launch, like till the day before launch, and being like which server, like, you know, just choosing a server because we wanted one that wasn't too low pop, but we didn't want that with a super high pop, and then we ended up on Cardo, which was it's fit our needs. Yeah, that's definitely because of the bots. That's definitely because of the bots, unfortunately. Because with Glaver coming out, they probably were like, we're on the menu, baby. We got gold. We got money to make. Because they know a lot of people are probably going to be RMTing to try to push their Glaver up quickly. Even though don't RMT, because that makes people make bots, and then bots give some poor servers like 14k queues. But even though I think, like, I wonder how EU Central's doing. Because I haven't really kept up with them, but they had really bad queues that wasn't necessarily due to the bots. Because I remember when they did that mass ban wave of bots, and like over here, like in NA East and NA West, like a lot of the servers that had queues were like, yo, no queues, fuck yeah. And then like EU Central was like, nah, we still got queues. And I'm just like, holy shit. How many of you guys are trying to play the game over there? I really think like Amazon and Smilegate kind of underestimated how popular this game was going to be in the European areas. And I don't think their fix of like EU West servers did them much good, because from time to time looking at like the forums, I see a lot of like people in EU West asking like, so what are you going to do about it? Because apparently like to get it, like queues into the servers are like super fast, but queues to actually matchmake and do stuff take forever, because the reason that there's no queues in EU West is because apparently nobody's really playing in EU West, which I can't really blame them, because in my opinion they waited way too long to launch those servers, which shows that they waited like until there was a problem to have a solution to the problem, which is kind of something you don't want to do, especially as a game company for an MMO. So by the time they actually had the servers out, it's really hard to tell people to restart their level 50 characters who might have been almost in tier 3 already, to start over from scratch. I feel like the only way they could have done that was if, or when they launched EU West, if for EU West they were like, express mission, here you go, like from when they started it. But they didn't. Actually, I don't think they could have. I'm not sure if like the systems were in place for them to do that. But I know apparently all the other stuff they tried to do just didn't help. To be fair, they probably had a fighting chance when they were offering Crystalline Aura to EU West, people who played on EU West servers, which then people basically showed why you can't be overly generous in these games, first, especially for stuff like that. Because the way the monthly login reward works is you can get the monthly login, that's per roster, not like per account. So if you play on 2 separate servers on the same account, each of those servers get their own unique monthly login. So what they did was for EU West, they in their login rewards, to kind of like incentivize people to go play in EU West, they gave, I think it was like 3 days of Crystalline Aura bonuses in the login, or something like that. No, actually I think it was like a week. I don't know. Basically, it was a pretty, like, if I was EU Central, I probably could consider swapping for that. Because in case you don't know, Crystalline Aura is like account wide. Like it's not, you know, if you have it on a character on a server, then all your other characters have it, kind of thing. Uh, but what happened is, well, since they did it through the monthly login, everybody, like every server can claim the login. Well, what happened was a lot of people made a character on every single account or every single server, and they all basically what they did was they made new characters on EU West on multiple servers, collected all that crystalline aura on multiple servers, which stacked on top of each other, and then got like, I think it was like, what was it? I think the number was like 3 or 4 months of crystalline aura completely for free. And it was such a problem that basically Amazon and Smilegate were like, well, shit, this is why we can't be nice, because people abuse shit. So they then took down the crystalline aura reward from the login, and then took away people's crystalline auras that they had gotten, at least the gratuitous ones. I don't know if people who only got the first reward got theirs undone, but for the most part, I know that people who had like the gratuitous, like the way too many, oh, somebody mean inspect them. I wanted to see what those fist weapons were. The super, like, you know, basically exploiting the system. That's what that is. That's a exploit. Is and basically, you know, they took away their time and making all of that, I guess, effort for nothing, and then they basically ruined it for anybody else later, because those people later, you know, other people after couldn't get the crystalline aura. So yet again, just the internet teaching you that trying to be too nice is not a good thing, because there are people who will abuse it. It was good effort. Like, I think it was the right move to try to incentivize people with like the crystalline aura login rewards, and then the stuff like the giving them rewards again, giving them their founders packs again and all that. Yeah, that's true. General rule people are. I feel like that's a general rule in life, but I feel like on the internet, like, that's just magnified by like 100, since people have the anonymity now, like, you know, attached to that. So they just feel like they can do stuff. Because, I mean, let's be honest, I think most of us, like, if you ever had something like a Sam's or Costco with the free samples, you know, you roll past, you grab a free sample, you walk off, you kind of like walk a couple aisles, and you roll past again, you grab another one, just be a little cheeky, you know. And I mean, that's kind of what these guys were doing, but worse, because they like, you know, they passed by the free trial booth like 20 times, every time grabbing a snack, basically getting a whole meal. But I don't know, it's just, I feel like they tried to do what they tried to do to get people to do to come play in EU West. They tried their best to do it, but when you're dealing with that stuff, there's not much to be done. Right. The hit, but it didn't give me gauge. That was weird. Oh, I wonder, is it like a her thing? Because, like, I'm hitting her, basically, I usually, using my red dragon horn with Starfall Pounce should give me enough to swap the glaive stance, but I'm hitting her with both, and then for whatever reason, it's not actually, it's not giving me enough gauge to transform back. Okay, so that one is because I have the flurry thing. Really, I don't think Punica, like, I personally don't think Punica story is all that bad, personally. I think Rohendell's is terrible. Because, at least for me, I could speedrun Punica's story in, like, tops 2 hours. Maybe a little faster than that, depending on what class I'm on. Oh shit, she missed. Well, Brahendo just feels like it takes way too fucking long. Not to mention the amount of materials you actually get from doing Punica story is actually quite a bit. At least enough for me to be like, yeah, you know what, it's not that bad. I can put up with it. Because like I've done it 4 times now. Granted, I also try to space out when I do like stories and stuff. Because it's like, while I don't mind Punica, having to do it too often, too close together, which is what well, it kind of happened, because I think I did like the Berserker. No, I did the Glaver, and then I did the Deadeye like almost immediately after, and the Deadeye I was kind of like, fuck, I hate this. But for the most part, I don't mind Punica story. Oh, see? That's where you make the mistake. I use the left click. You put the left click in the middle of the screen, so that way when you get the dialogue choices, you just instantly click a dialogue choice. That's what I did. Because the worst part about G spamming is when you get to the point where you get like a dialogue choice, and so then you're like, if you're not paying attention, so like you're hitting the G like 20 times more than like you need to, because the game's like, well, you still haven't like chosen a dialogue choice. So I use my left click. Now the left click isn't perfect, because sometimes what'll happen is you'll be in situations where you don't want to move, and then you'll like move your character really far if you're not paying attention. But especially if it's a spot where I'm like, I'm gonna have to like talk to people. Oh, people actually killed him. Nice. I generally do oh shit, we got platinum. That's insane. I generally just do the left click in the middle of the screen. Alright. Nice. So we got platinum, we got our pirate coins, so we're gonna go back, we're gonna buy the, yeah, it's pretty rare. Usually, I think the highest I'd gotten before was gold on that one. But I think, since there were so little of us, she had so little HP, so she was dying very, very quickly, in comparison to what I'm used to. I will say, I've never, alright, so this island, Volade, at least that's how I pronounce it, I don't know how it's actually pronounced in game, I've never been able to get higher than silver on this on that island. Like, I don't even know if it's possible to get higher than silver on that mission, on that island. I don't know why I keep calling it a mission, but yeah, so we got plat, so that's good. We're gonna go buy, I plan on buying the Guardian and Destruction Stones from the pirate ship on this character and the Berserker, just to build up more stuff. But basically that's gonna be it for stream today. It's the day before reset, so don't forget to do all your reset stuff. You know, empty out your vendors if you have to, level up get more PvP XP to get to the next level if you care about that kind of stuff. Do your weekly content if you haven't done it. Like, I need to see if if my group is gonna be doing Argos here tonight or not. But yeah, so that's basically it. I hope you guys having fun with Lost Ark. Remember, if you feel like you're getting burned out, don't be afraid to take a break, try other games, do other stuff. I'm personally like picking up Apex on the side to kind of like change of pace myself, but anything, just find a pace that's comfortable for you and keep it up. And whenever they give us an actual official announcement on when like the May update is actually coming out, which we know is a tentative date of May 19th, but when we actually get official, like, hey, this is it's coming out May 19th, I'm gonna do like a little checklist for people who are interested in doing Destroyer about like things you can do ahead of time, and then I'll try to cover everything I can think of in there. So hopefully look forward to that, and like maybe this week, next week, because we're supposed to get some sort of confirmation in early May, whatever that means. So yep. Have fun. Thanks for watching. If you're watching this on YouTube or Twitch through the VOD, thanks for making it this far, and I'll catch you guys on the next stream.